inclusivity so that we all get the future we want.
Introducing Cognitive Vortex, Artificial Intelligence for Autism Intervention, a digital therapy guide with multiple features from a comprehensive curriculum to a multimodality way of learning, offering a new horizon for autism care. One of our latest standard features is the creation of a comprehensive report. As the child actively engages with our application, Cognitive Vortex captures and analyzes real-time data on their responses. This reporting feature enables therapists and parents to identify the child's strengths and areas for improvement. Together, Cognitive Vortex works hand in hand to track the child's development and guide the entire learning process for children with autism.
At Christ University, Bangalore, the Center for Neurodiversity and Research Initiatives, CNRI, is dedicated to fostering inclusivity and innovation for individuals with neurodevelopmental disorders and the neurodiverse population. Our mission is to promote evidence-based research and innovative practices that improve access, reduce barriers, and provide life-changing supports and training. CNRI envisions a society where every neurodiverse individual is accepted, included, and empowered with resources to thrive. Through collaborations with institutions like Binghamton University and community centers such as Christ Special School and Stepping Stones Center, CNRI delivers clinical services, training programs, outreach, and consultancy. Our overarching goal is to understand neurodivergent conditions and develop innovative approaches to enhance lives and foster inclusion. Together, we're building a world where every mind is celebrated.
It has completely changed my life for the best.
I don't know what I would have done otherwise.
5th standard, they diagnosed me with ADHD, dyslexia, and other learning disabilities. I joined the job readiness program.
During my childhood, I was diagnosed with a brain disability called epileptic seizure. I also have a little autism spectrum disorder, in fact, so I'm not a normal child as usual.
As a psychologist, I often wondered how my recommendations were put to use post the assessments because I was not always part of the intervention. This actually made me realize that I do not want to be the person who simply gives out strategies, but be part of the intervention to bring about visible changes. And that's how Ishanya was born.
Basically started as a remediation center, and eventually we have grown up into a place where we have 3 verticals, which is education, livelihoods, and capacity building. When we look at integrating them back to mainstream society, we have to work towards them from the very, very young age. We start off looking at building their school readiness, academic program, eventually looking at skill development. Finally, the last leg of our training is job readiness program, where we work on their self-advocacy skills, enhance their ability to adapt in the workplace, and then place them in different companies. We follow technology in every segment of our program. It can be technology-based intervention, or technology by itself is taught as a part of digital literacy. So we use a lot of assistive technologies, adaptive technologies. So for example, for children who are non-verbal or non-speakers, we use AAC, and we have a dedicated AAC sessions. Some small assistive technologies that help in bringing that independence in the students that we work with.
We started in 2015 and we are in the 9th year of our operation, and it feels like we're just getting started. We are trying to teach them what is really relevant to today's world. We are training our students also on software, on application skills that will help them enhance their creative abilities. Whether it's a product or whether it's a service, that we provide, we don't want to do anything with the idea that this product or this service is actually created or made by a person with disability. It's about taking the strength of the students and converting it into a sustainable livelihood opportunities.
happens when the brilliance of neurodivergent talents meets the ambition of visionary organizations? Introducing Testing Pro, a program designed to foster innovation and inclusion.
Check.
Helps neurodivergent talents.
Good morning.
Their skills.
To all the students and folks who are sitting in the backbenchers, who are the backbenchers, come over. It's not an exam, it's not a class, we're not going to pick you out. So come right in the front. Nobody's standing up, stand up, everybody. It's a beautiful Wednesday morning. Oh, is that so? Okay. Is it the Christ students? Are you sure they can't come down? Okay, so the delegates, please come over to the front. Okay, Christ students are supposed to be right there because of the attendance, but delegates, if you could move to the front, it will be great. We will be starting in another 5 minutes. We're just waiting for a few speakers. Thank you.
On the belief that diverse teams positively impact company culture, work environment, and customer relationships, it takes us closer to our collective dream of a future with no labels. For Nagaro, Testing Pro is another way of making distance and differences irrelevant. Are you all in for it? What happens when the brilliance of neurodivergent talents meets the ambition?
You feel if you get invited to someone's house and yet not feel welcomed once you're there? Quite a bummer, isn't it? Our core objective of TNI at Capgemini is to welcome you as you are. Yes, you're welcome.
Diversity is a source of creativity, innovation, and inspiration for us. And as a responsible company, we will continue our journey and bring positive impact at Capgemini. Truly welcome here.
In the era when disruptive technologies like AI or Gen AI are in vogue to get ahead, we need a glue that binds humans together. Diversity and inclusion is that super glue for us. Let's proudly welcome everyone and celebrate their uniqueness as we strive for the future we desire.
The idea of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which means the world is one family, remains relevant even today as it emphasizes a global perspective. Our people are like one big family. You're welcome to be part of our big family.
Diversity is not about all of us agreeing on the same thing. It's about bringing different perspectives and different lived experiences. And people from all walks of life are welcome here. Yes, you too are welcome.
I've been with Capgemini for more than 20 years. Pro-women initiatives are really heartwarming. Capgemini walks the long mile. It's so warm and welcoming here. I realized that someone needed to take a chance on me, and that someone turned out to be Capgemini. Thank you, Capgemini, for taking that chance on me. I feel so welcomed here.
I belong to a family of military veterans, and I'm the third generation in my family to have joined the forces. And to be honest, the limited opportunities for women veterans like me, I feel so welcomed here.
The Outfront program at Capgemini really means the world to me. It has enabled me to work the way I am. At Capgemini, I feel so safe and so welcome here.
We at Capgemini believe in diversity of thought. We feel welcomed here.
The future looks better together. At Capgemini, we are rewriting the future of diversity and inclusivity so that we all get the future we want.
Introducing Cognitive Robotics, Artificial Intelligence for Autism Intervention, a digital therapy guide with multiple features from a comprehensive curriculum to a multimodality way of learning, offering a new horizon for autism care. One of our latest standard features is the creation of a comprehensive report. As the child actively engages with our application, Cognitive Robotics captures and analyzes real-time data on their responses. This reporting feature enables therapists and parents to identify the child's strengths and areas for improvement. Together, Cognitive Robotics works hand in hand to track the child's development and guide the entire learning process for children with autism.
At Christ University, Bangalore, the Center for Neurodiversity and Research Initiatives, CNRI, is dedicated to fostering inclusivity and innovation for individuals with neurodevelopmental disorders and the neurodiverse population. Our mission is to promote evidence-based research and innovative practices that improve access, reduce barriers, and provide life-changing supports and training. CNRI envisions a society where every neurodiverse individual is accepted, included, and empowered with resources to thrive. Through collaborations with institutions like Binghamton University and community centers such as Christ Special School and Stepping Stones Center, CNRI delivers clinical services, training programs, outreach, and consultancy. Our overarching goal is to understand neurodivergent conditions and develop innovative approaches to enhance lives and foster inclusion. Together, we're building a world where every mind is celebrated.
It has completely changed my life for the best.
I don't know what I would have done otherwise.
5th standard, they diagnosed me with ADHD, dyslexia, and other learning disabilities. I joined the job readiness program.
During my childhood, I was diagnosed with a brain disability called epileptic seizure. I also have a little autism spectrum disorder, in fact, so I'm not a normal child as usual.
As a psychologist, I often wondered how my recommendations were put to use post the assessments because I was not always part of the intervention. This actually made me realize that I do not want to be the person who simply gives out strategies, but be part of the intervention to bring about visible changes. And that's how Ishanya was born.
Namaste and good morning. I'm Swati Velal, founder and director of Ishanya India Foundation. We are one of the co-hosts of this event, along with SAP, JP Morgan Chase, Thomson Reuters, Wells Fargo, Nagarro, NASSCOM, Capgemini, Cognitive Robotics, and of course, Christ University. It's my privilege to welcome you all to the India Neurodiversity Summit 7th edition. Over the past 7 years, this summit has been a beacon of hope, fostering a community that celebrates neurodiversity and champions inclusion. Together, we have explored the complexities of neurodiverse minds, challenged stereotypes, and advocated for a more equitable world. As we embark on this year's summit, let us continue to inspire, learn, and collaborate. Thank you all for being here with us today. Let's make this 7th edition a huge success. We would like to express our sincere gratitude to Christ University for graciously hosting this event at this beautiful auditorium. Before we begin, just a couple of announcements. Let's have a phone-free zone for the next 3 hours. Your phones can wait, but these conversations certainly can't. But if you really need to take that call, please step outside the auditorium. There are washrooms on the same floor and an accessible washroom on the ground floor of the academic block. We have volunteers with yellow cards who can assist you with the same. Refreshments will be served on the same floor, while lunch will be served at the second floor. Our volunteers will escort you once the program concludes. We have a designated room for those who need some quiet time. Kindly take the help of one of the volunteers in the yellow tag again to access the room. As this is a weekday with classes in session, please stay within the designated areas on the campus. We may have 5 to 10 minutes for Q&A after each session, but if you're unable to accommodate, feel free to write to us and we will ensure your questions are answered. With that, I'm delighted to welcome you all to the India Neurodiversity Summit 2024. I now welcome the Associate Dean of Christ University, Dr. John Paul Raj, to address the gathering.
Very good morning to everyone gathered here. It's my distinct honor and privilege to welcome you to the India Neurodiversity Summit 2024, a summit dedicated to celebrating, understanding, and advancing neurodiversity. Today, we gather as advocates, researchers, educators, professionals, families, and most importantly, as individuals with unique and invaluable perspectives to share. The term neurodiversity reminds us that human variation in cognitive functioning is not just normal, but essential to the richness and innovation of our society. It challenges to rethink conventional norms and invites us to embrace the full spectrum of human potential. This summit serves as both a celebration of these differences and a platform for exploring how we can create more inclusive spaces where everyone can thrive. Over the course of this event, we will hear from thought leaders, trailblazers, and change makers who are pioneering new approaches in education, workplace, accessibility, healthcare, and public policy. Their insights will not only deepen our understanding, but also equip us with practical tools to foster environments that champion equity and inclusion for neurodiverse individuals. We are also here to listen and learn from the lived experiences of those in the neurodivergent community. Their stories illuminate the importance of amplifying diverse voices and ensuring that all perspectives are valued and represented in the conversations shaping our future. At this point of time, I am reminded of the quote that I used to hear from one of my epistemology professors by name Reverend Father Vidayathil. He used to tell us this again and again, that we are all nothing but copies. When he said that we are all nothing but copies, he meant that God has created us and the original creator is God. But then there exists a lot of differences between each and every individual, and this is not being celebrated. Today, as we celebrate Neurodiversity Summit, This summit is more than just a gathering. It is a call to action. It is a reminder that we all have a role to play in building a world where differences are not just accepted but celebrated, where barriers are dismantled, and where opportunities abound for everyone, regardless of how their brains work. I encourage each of you to engage deeply in the sessions, connect with fellow attendees, and reflect on the ways we can turn the ideas discussed here into meaningful change in our communities and beyond. Together, we can pave the way for a more inclusive and compassionate society. At this point of time, I would like to extend a heartfelt welcome to our beloved director, Father Josie, whose guidance and support continuously motivates all of us. A warm welcome also goes to our beloved Dean, Dr. Jyoti Kumar. I also take immense pleasure in welcoming the team from Ishania Foundation and the delegates from SAP, JP Morgan Chase, Thomson Reuters, Nagarro, Wells Fargo, Capgemini, Cognitibotics, NASCOM, whose dedication to fostering inclusivity is truly inspiring. I also extend my welcome to Dr. Tony Sam, the founding director of Neuropathways. I also extend a warm welcome to the heads of the departments and the faculty members of this esteemed organization who have been the pillars of academic excellence. To all invited participants and our dear Christites, I extend my warmest welcome to this India Neurodiversity Summit. Thank you all for being part of this important movement and bringing your passion, experience, expertise, and commitment to this summit. Let us make the most of this opportunity to learn, grow, and inspire one another. And I would like to wind up my welcome address with a quote. When a flower does not blossom, you fix the environment in which it grows, not the flower. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Your words have set the perfect tone for this event. I request Ms. Mary Barua to felicitate our Associate Dean, Dr. John Paul Raj. We now move on to the official inauguration ceremony. I request the Dean of Christ University, Dr. Jyoti Kumar, Mr. Ganapati Subramanian from JP Morgan, Ms. Ashika from Thomson Reuters, Ms. Shweta Mohanty from SAP, Ms. Ranjana from Nagarro, Mr. Raghunandan from Ishania, Mr. Udaya Kumar from Cognitibotics, Ms. Shreya from Capgemini, Ms. Neha Suresh from Wells Fargo, and Ms. Kritika from NASCOM to come forward for lighting of the lamp. Yeah, that's a big list.
मेरा गणराज तू, चारों दिशा में तेरी काया, सब चारे हैं तेरी माया। वक्रतुंड तू है महाराज भी तू, गणराज तू, मेरा गणराज तू, ओ गणराज तू, मेरा गणराज तू।
I request all the leaders to share a few words with us. I request you all to please come up on stage.
You all stand on the stage. Over to you.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, this does sound better. It is such a pleasure to be here, at the 7th edition of the Neurodiversity Summit. My name is Shweta. I lead the human resources function for SAP in India. And I think many of you would be aware that we started the journey, on neurodiversity with the Autism at Work program more than a decade back. And I'd be very honest that in the beginning when we started, there were not many organizations and there was certainly not as big a community that we see here today. It really gladdens my heart and it's heartening to see that all of us have joined together to make sure that neurodiversity is an integral part of business strategy, for every organizations. And, we have in the last more than a decade, really tried to share our learnings, our best practices, what worked with us in SAP, and also learned from a lot of you who have come and shared on what we can do here. And one of the things that we have realized over a period of time, it's not only just important to make a beginning, it's also important to sustain, whatever efforts that we are making in this regard. And, that can be a bit challenging. So the journey certainly is going on very strong, but there is more that needs to be done. And being here, amidst my colleagues and peers and all of you is just very small way to show SAP's commitment, on the neurodiversity aspect and make sure that the summit goes from strength to strength from here on. So all the very best, and I really hope there are some invigorating conversations today, a lot to learn from each other, and a lot to carry back into the environment that we go on. Thank you so much.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, that could have been a bit louder. Okay, so my name is Ganapati Subramanian, called Gansu. I'm a managing director and CTO at JP Morgan Chase. I also lead the Autism at Work, now branded as Neurodiversity at Work for JP Morgan Chase. I think I have been part of this Autism at Work Summit for many years earlier. And it's so great to see that we have come a long way, and we have a lot of partnership, a lot of corporates, educational institutions joining us, and rightfully so. At JP Morgan Chase, we are kind of hiring people in the neurodiverse spectrum, qualified individuals, not just in tech, but also in tech and in operations. I think I just had 3 points that I wanted to share. One is really that, the people that we are hiring, it's not just about hiring, but we really want to go beyond kind of caring for their entire life cycle. How do you get people in the spectrum not just to come in and work for us, but also how do you grow them? How do you promote them within the organization, make them ready for taking other opportunities within the firm in terms of mobility? So that's a big focus, and there are firms which are doing it. We want to learn from each other. What is the best practice? How do we do that, and how can we learn from each other? That's number one. Number two, one of the things that when we talk about people with the spectrum, in the neurodiverse spectrum working for us, there are also enough people in the firm who are caregivers who are actually taking care of people in the spectrum. What do they go through? How do we kind of support them in the organization? I think for me, that's an equally important aspect. So that's something that we want to address as well. We have Vishal from my team here who does that for JP Morgan Chase, and I think that's something that I also want to learn from each of us. So these are some of the things that I wanted to kind of leave us all with. Very, very happy to be part here in this summit, and looking forward to learning from each other. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. I'm delighted and honored to be here. We've been trying to attend this summit for some time now. So firstly, a big congratulations and kudos to the founding members, Archana, SAP, the organizations that started this journey. It is a wonderful forum for us to share best practices, understand from organizations what are they doing to include and create success for both employees, people from the neurodiversity spectrum, and also a lot of parents who work for us in the organization. I think you just spoke of caregiving responsibilities. So it's wonderful to see that all of this is coming alive today here. A lot of effort has gone into this summit today, but I am looking forward to taking back a lot of learning, and I'm hoping that this is going to be a great success for all of us here today. Thank you.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
I slept well. Why I say I slept well is I'm a parent of a person with autism. And now he's grown up, earning money, and he works for Capgemini. I want to thank Capgemini. Why I want to say that is the complete journey through which he went through, the interview process, everything is streamlined. Every touch point he was made comfortable. As a parent, I was made comfortable. For my living, I worked in AT&T as head of India and as executive director for a long time, besides working for British Telecom. After retiring, I felt I should do something for autism because I got good sleep. And that's how we started Cognitive Bardix, which is AI-based platform for early intervention in multiple languages to address communities around the globe. I'm also chairman of Global Innovation Hub, where we marry AI with healthcare. And I want to thank Archana, Ranjana, who pulled me into this, and really doing a great job. Why I'm telling you, this is very emotional for me. As a parents, we go through the complete life cycle of getting a bad diagnosis, then go to a school where they kick you out pretty often, then you go to a college where you hang around the professor's doors to let your kid inside, and then the job. And I want to thank all of you, a big corporate guys here. Thank you, all of you, for enabling parents like me to sleep well. That's why I slept well. Thank you.
I would like to add here, Udaya, that parents play a very big role, and that's why we are here. We have to talk about how we start early intervention. So thanks to parents like you, we are able to be successful today.
I can go next. Hi, my name is Neha. I'm from Wells Fargo. I lead diversity, equity, and inclusion for India and Philippines. It's an absolute honor to be here today. I have my amazing team. Can I just see show of hands, money? Everybody, can you? This is the group that, today is the pillar of the program, who started the program, where we are today, where we are. And I take a moment to acknowledge everybody, because unless this group didn't do above and beyond their day job, I don't think Wells Fargo would be here today in our journey. So it's an absolute honor to bring various parts of the community. We usually attend conferences, we usually attend a lot of opportunities where one part of the society comes together, all corporates, all NGOs, everybody. Today it's such an important culmination point where students, parents, corporates, community partners, everybody has come together. So I'm personally very excited to see how we can activate change in the future. So thanks for being here.
Hi, good morning. Yeah, that's the good morning. Hi, my name is Ranjana. I globally lead the DEI for Nagaro. First of all, we joined this movement last year, and we're super, super excited to be part of this movement. This is not a summit. This is such an unsummit-like summit. This is actually a movement that we have created in India, starting with, of course, IT industry, but we have folks like Christ University in this year, so we're super, super excited. And as Neha said, we have the whole ecosystem out here, and for that, I think everybody deserves a huge round of applause. Thank you. At Nagaro, we have an initiative called Testing Pro, where we train folks from the spectrum to be software testers, and we work with the industry. We have worked with SAP, Archana, JP Morgan Chase, everybody out here, Thomson Reuters, have been part of our own journey, because we get these rock star folks from the spectrum to be job ready, and we have few of our folks actually working with these organizations. So like Udaya said, a huge thank you to the corporates who are hiring. And with that, I hope everybody's going to have some fun. At the same time, good takeaways, and let's move ahead with this movement. Not the summit, let's move ahead with this movement for years to come, and thank you so much.
That's okay. Hi, everyone. Good morning, and a very warm welcome to the 7th edition of the India Neurodiversity Summit. My name is Ashika. I lead the corporate social responsibility efforts at Thomson Reuters, where I also serve as a diversity and inclusion champion. Co-hosting this summit with all my amazing corporate partners here has been a true honor. But what is even more exciting and special for me is to come back to Christ, because I am a Christite myself. So I can see all those students who's probably dozing off or just happy that they're able to skip their classes. I've been there. But beyond that, I truly hope that you have an insightful day ahead. Thomson Reuters has been part of this journey for the last 5 years. So this year marks our 5th year since we started the Neurodiversity Internship Program. And over the years, it's been a journey of learning and growth. We really hope that there's a lot of work that we need to do in this space, and a long journey for us to go ahead. And like all of you, we are equally excited to see what the day has in store for us. A very interesting lineup of exciting speakers and panel discussions. So I'm here to learn as well, but thanks for all of you for beating the morning traffic, being here with us today, and hope you have a good day ahead. Thank you.
Good morning, and an absolute honor and privilege to be here. I'm Kritika, and I represent NASSCOM. we've been part of the initiative, basically through Ranjana, and, totally delighted. And I just want to say that as we embark on this journey of innovation and building solutions for the world from India, I think the exponential potential of the diverse minds here is absolutely important. And as NASSCOM, really our role is to see how the best practices of everyone here and all the efforts that everyone here has put in to take it to as many organizations and influence as many people as possible, and that's really our role. We learn every day, and our role is really to take and share these best practices across platforms and evangelize it and help this country grow in terms of innovation. Thanks, an absolute honor again to be here.
Namaste, very warm welcome to everybody over here today. You heard a small story about Capgemini. I want to tell you one more story. I'm Raghunandan, the co-founder of Ishania India Foundation. So a few years ago, we had a boy called Aditya who came to us, all of 19 years of age. He is somebody with autism and somebody with very poor sitting tolerance and very low self-esteem. So over the course of the next few years, we worked with him. We received a lot of support from his parents. And most importantly, it was he who really worked on himself. And the next couple of years, he received some training in job readiness. And then he moved on to an internship program at Thomson Reuters. And later on, this got converted into a full-time employment. And now he's 4 years into his job at Thomson Reuters. He recently got promoted. Super excited, family is super excited, and that's the kind of stories that we want to create. And I'm really glad that you're all here today, and we have a lot of ecosystem partners, we have a lot of corporate companies, we have parents, we have all the people who want to build this particular space, and as an organization, we want to build the space as well. So we work in the space of capacity building, education, and livelihood. And we are glad that you're all here today. We hope that you find some value in whatever it is that you're going to listen to the amazing speakers over here today. And we want to keep connecting with you over the course of the next few years. And we want to build this family into a much bigger one. Thank you very much for being here today. And thank you, Christ, for hosting us. Welcome.
Thank you all. I now request Archana, Head of Autism at Work Project SAP, to present the event overview and highlights of the previous summit. Over to you, Archana.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Good morning, Christ. Come on, you can do this better, I'm sure. I've heard a lot about your energy, what you guys bring to the fest. Good morning, Christ. Okay. So yes, I am Archana. I lead the Autism at Work program at SAP. It's been a long journey for us. Like Shweta said, we've been the pioneers to start Neurodiverse program in the autism space 12 years back. And it's great to see so many organizations have joined hands. I'm here to talk about the overview, the history of the summit, what we are doing today. I'm sure we don't want to listen to the history class in the morning, right? So I'm not going to bore you with too many stats and numbers in the years. But this has a very personal story for me. So I've been contemplating with the team, should I share it or not, because it's very personal. But they said, you should. And that's how close it is to my heart. If I could get, so that's the picture, what you all see on the screen, which started at SAP. We started celebrating autism in the organization. We called it Colors of Autism. Since Firoz is not here in the hall today, I thought he should at least be there on the screen, because many of you all reached out Is Firoz going to be there? Can I meet him? For people who don't know who's Firoz, that's the one who is in the center. I'm the one with the green and the black salwar, if you can't identify me. So he is the founder of Autism at Work program in SAP. He's the mastermind behind the movement, what we are driving today. So this is how our journey started. Alone. Back then when we started, but if you also notice, I was carrying my daughter during this time, so she was in my womb. 7 years later, that's how she's grown beautifully, calls herself proudly an 8-year-old girl. And I'm also proud that another baby which grew along in this journey is also 8 years. But if you're trying to do the math and understand why is it not 8th edition and 7th edition, it's because we lost a year during pandemic, and that's why it is the 7th edition. So I'm super proud. Maybe we move to the next slide. Okay, never mind. So I'm super proud that this journey has been amazingly great for us. Like I said, it's like my 2 babies growing together for the last 7 years. We saw all the leaders from different organizations coming on the stage, sharing their thoughts, all that, right? So we saw the support from the top management, but this wouldn't have come together if we didn't have team working on the ground to make this happen. You know, I mean, there's 10 different organizations. So back then, it was one organization which started the movement, but now we are 10 different organizations hosting the summit, co-hosting the summit together. I think it takes an immense coordination, work, and all of these things has to come together to pull something like this together, right? And we're also very grateful to have Christ University partnering with us this year, because when we heard about the partnership with Christ, the first thing what came to our mind was, wow, this is the first time in the last decade mainstream academy who is coming to collaborate on a topic like neurodiverse. That was something which was great for us, and having students in this room is definitely another joyful moment for us, because we all look up to you as the future enablers, right? You are our ambassadors. You are somebody who will bring in a lot of difference in this space. This community is growing, and this community needs enablement, and we all look towards you for making this happen. So yeah, like I said, I'm not going to bore you with too many numbers and years, but I would definitely like to call all the organization teams who worked in the last 4 or 5 weeks to make this summit happen. First of all, from the Christ University, if we have Vijaya sir here. And our very old partner, co-host, JP Morgan, we have Jacob. Of course, our main pillar, Ishania Foundation, we want Swati, Anup, and Raghu to be on stage. Where's Anup? Anup, you need to come here. Nagaro. From Nagaro, we have Ranjana, who's doing everything. She's even taking care of the guests, registration desk.
Archana is being too kind.
So Ranjana. From Thomson Reuters, we have Ashika. Of course, from NASCOM, we've been having Lenika support a lot, so I understand she's not here today. Wells Fargo, Shabana, Srini, And Balaji, if you would like to also come up. From Capgemini, it's Mohini Ranjan. Unfortunately, she's not here today, but if we have somebody from Capgemini, please. And we have Rohini in the hall. Please. Udaya from Cognitive Robotics. Yeah, so huge round of applause to the team here who've made this possible. Without their support, without their tireless effort, this wouldn't have happened. So let's hear it for them, loud.
Yeah, I think all of this started with her, so it's important that she's there. Thank you.
So thank you, team. We will all do a group picture later, so don't run away anywhere. Yeah? Thank you so much. Thank you. Swati, over to you.
All right, I think I've had my time of fame. Let me hand over the mic to someone who is ready and charged up to take over. Please welcome Siddharth Gangrade, the MC for the day. Siddharth is a neurodivergent individual. He began his professional journey in SAP as a quality associate, demonstrating exceptional skills and a keen eye for detail. He quickly transitioned into a developer role. His passion for technology and continuous learning led him to specialize as an AI developer, where he made significant contributions to innovative projects. Today, Siddharth plays a pivotal role strategically guiding the team towards new directions. With a strong focus on problem solving and continuous improvement, Siddharth effectively maintains a proactive and productive mindset. Beyond the workplace, he applies the same principles of active engagement and continuous improvement to all aspects of life. Whether pursuing personal interests or exploring new hobbies, he prefers to maintain a strong sense of self-efficacy. Over to you, Siddharth. It's your turn to shine.
So, thank you, Swati, for introducing me. And last couple of days, I was not able to think of myself. I was completely thinking about the event. So, I couldn't prepare an intro for myself. Thanks. So, yeah, but just a little bit about myself. When I was 15 or 16 years old, I had a dream. And by the time I reached 20 years old, I kind of considered giving up on it. I thought I will never be able to realize that dream. But then, after joining SAP and being provided with the right leadership and the right environment, I was able to realize my dream. So, let's get going. So when nothing existed as a framework or support system for neurodiversity in India 3 decades ago, a journey began, driven by profound passion to create awareness and build lasting support for neurodiverse individuals, their families and educators alike. Today, we are honored to welcome the visionary behind this movement. Please join me in warmly welcoming Miss Mary, the founder of Action for Autism and a true change maker in the journey towards inclusion.
Good morning, Bangalore. Coming from Delhi, there are a lot of things that are great about Bangalore, and I discovered one more last evening. you have better traffic than we do. Thank you so much to Ranjana, Archana, the Indian Neurodiversity Summit, etc., for inviting me to the 7th edition. Everybody who's been responsible for having me here, for inviting, to be honest, a tech dinosaur to address a room full of techies and would-be techies, right? The tech industry in India has really driven neurodiversity hiring, and therefore this coming together to introspect on how far the industry has come and where we need to go is very, very important, because there is really so very much further to go. The thing is that in India, we currently have around 60 crore individuals, Indians, who are at a working age. And given that India has 1% of every 100 who are autistic, 1 in every 100 who's autistic, that means we are looking at 6 million individuals who are autistic and of working age. But where are they? There is a very large number of undisclosed autistic individuals. People who are, from our experience, we know, who are working as journalists, as professors, as entrepreneurs, as artists. But these are all undisclosed people. But when we go by a particular study, for instance, Action for Autism, the organization I'm from, we had conducted a study that concluded about 5 years back, where we interviewed 55 individuals who were autistic adults living in the Delhi NCR region to understand the lives of autistic adults. And one of the things we discovered was that out of that 50 plus people, around 55, 7 of them had any kind of employment. Of the 7, 1 was working in open competitive employment, undisclosed autistic, unmasked autistic, and the rest were all in what are known as vocational centers run by NGOs. So why are the numbers so limited? We know that corporates are far more aware now. We are here in the presence of 10 amazing corporates who are doing an amazing job in trying to include autistic and neurodivergent people in the workforce. They are doing everything that is required. They're providing reasonable accommodations, tweaking the recruitment processes to make it more skill-based rather than the social open-ended way that it is usually done. They are tweaking their onboarding, they are making accommodations, sensory accommodations, whatever is required. In addition, many of them have HR, specifically for DEI. They have job coaches, and yet we still have so far to go. Because when you look at it, as far as, I was trying to check out how many people are employed in any of the, companies that are now taking in neurodiverse talent. It seems that there are perhaps 25 to 30 in any company. I may be mistaken, but those are the numbers I got. So what is happening if there are only 25 or 30 in any organization after almost a decade of work? So there are multiple challenges. One, and a very big one, is societal stigma. Disability is a stigma in our country, and we have to accept that. And autism is hugely, hugely stigmatized. And the thing is that all of us would feel, like they stigmatize, I don't. But supposing if each of us were to go home today and be told when we got there, oh, do you know this niece that we had? Little one, she's just got a diagnosis of autism. What would be our reaction? Hand on heart. How many of us would say, oh God, how terrible, how sad for the family? And how many of us would say, oh, how lovely, she's had a child. Okay, she's autistic, we could do something about it. And that really, even though we think that we are very accepting, there is a huge amount of unconscious bias that underlies the way we look at people with disabilities and with people who are neurodiverse in particular. and really what it is to be autistic. It is, as one of the speakers said earlier, it's about having a different mind. It's having a brain that's wired differently. It's about an individual who perceives and experiences the world differently and therefore interacts with the world differently. And that interaction that is different is a difference that comes from a minority community, which we, the majority who are neurotypical, find something that we do not like. As happens with most majority communities, what the minorities do are different from us and stuff that we think are weird and different. And that is really what happens to most autistic people. And this is the mindset that follows them into the schools that they attend. We've had the Right to Education Act. I'm sorry, I've got a really bad throat. Excuse me, give me a minute. So the Right to Education Act has been around for a decade and a half, right? But do schools really provide accommodations? In Delhi, where a lot of work has been done in inclusion, and it must be true in other places, but I'm from Delhi, so I can speak from that perspective. So almost every school in Delhi admits autistic individuals in their classrooms. But what are the accommodations that they receive? Is there any real learning that happens? Or is it just geographical inclusion, where I have the kid in the class and I can say, oh, I'm very inclusive, I have autistic people in the classroom. What the schools really do, and what society also does most of the time, is try to normalize the children that we have. There is an effort all the time to make the kid behave as normal as possible, which is make the child act non-autistic. We would not do that with somebody with cerebral palsy. We would not do that with somebody who's blind. But we do that with autistic people because the markers of autism are not there. It doesn't tell the world, I am autistic. And so the effort to make the children normal, using behavioral methods to force them to fit a model of what we, the neurotypical people, think is right. And when the child rebels against that, have what we call behaviors of protest, we label them as challenging behaviors. And then we get in professionals to fix these challenging behaviors. Autistic people don't really have challenging behaviors. Their behaviors are telling us, stop doing that to me. Let me be my authentic self. And then what happens is the schools decide that, we don't want these kids for too long because they will not add to the team that would help the percentage of people who are topping the school, the students who top. They won't add to those. So they try to get them out. Now, when there are average neurotypical children in the school who would not add to the numbers who would top, schools can't tell them, get out. But it's easy to do with neurotypical children because they're vulnerable. The families are vulnerable. And families, one day, if we force them to stay on, what will happen? So children either leave because they cannot bear the horrible bullying that happens and the unsupportive environment that they are in. So they leave, or schools ask them to get out. And that is the reality in most of our schools across the country. And if I have not finished my school education, how can I even think of going to college? My entry is closed. And of course, there are some colleges that do, some get into colleges, and then the colleges really do not have the structure that schools provide, right? And that becomes tough for a lot of the children. And of course, the bullying is often less in colleges, not that it's absent, but it's less than in schools. But the structure is no longer there. And there are very few colleges that provide support. I know Ashoka University is here. I can talk about Delhi. Of all the several hundred colleges that we have there, I can think of maybe 5 or 6 that really provide accommodations or have support cells for them, right? There are support cells in many universities and colleges, but they do not do anything for autistic people, barring these 5 or 6 that are there in Delhi. The other thing that happens is that, given this background, a lot of corporates, when they're recruiting neurodivergent people, they want them to have a formal educational background. And sometimes what is really required is the skill that they bring to the place. If they have the skills for the job, why do we need to push for the formal education? And there are companies who decided that we will assess them based on their skills. There is Nagaro, there is McCann Erickson, and I'm sure there are a few others that I don't know about. But by and large, most of them demand, even when the need for that formal education is just a tick box. The person has the skills, right? Again, there are other corporates that want to only take in people who already have a little bit of experience of work. Essentially, they're looking for people who have proven experience of surviving a neurotypical work environment, so that my job of doing whatever needs to be done is lessened. But then they often fail because they are not providing the support system that is required. Just the way I would make sure that my blind employee has the software that he or she requires, that the environment is supportive of their physical needs at least, right? That does not happen with a lot of them. And as a result of that, many of them do not manage, either they don't get in because they do not have that experience, or if they do get in, then oftentimes they do not survive the workplace. The other thing that happens is that it is often NGOs that are providing the skills that autistic people need for the workplace. They provide the support at work, they do the training for all the team members, they make the work area neurodiversity friendly, they make sure that, for instance, the HR guidelines are accessible to autistic people. They do all of that. But then, when NGOs themselves cannot cover the cost, so then what happens? They pass that cost along to, and we are one of those NGOs, so we pass the cost along to the candidates, right? And then families often feel that this is a big cost that I'll be investing in. Do I have hope of definitely getting a job at the end of it? So then families think, do we really want to spend that money or save that money for the future of the candidate? So that is another reason why we often don't see enough people in workplaces. One more thing that happens is that very often in many companies, the top leadership have very strong desire, a push, a want, an investment in having inclusive workplaces. But they do not somehow seep down and flow down to the other people who are working in the company, people who are directly interacting with the autistic population in the company, whatever there are, 5, 6, whatever. And that is another reason why retention becomes such a problem. Every company, I think, almost every company, I would say, lose people because some of the people who are directly dealing with them do not really get how to support them. And again, and many of them may feel that, I want to support, but there is unconscious bias underlying the way I support my people. So what do we do to build an ecosystem that is inclusive of neurodivergent talent? Sorry. So one of the things that is very, very important is that corporates will have to invest in skilling candidates. And, it is some of the corporates who are here, you're leading corporates. You will set the trend. And whatever you do, it has to flow down to others, including the MSMEs. I think about 1/3 or more of the working age population in our country are employed at MSMEs. And they are nowhere. They're absolutely nowhere. And they will look up to the corporates who are really bringing about the change. So corporates have to look at skilling candidates. They have to be flexible about the job requirements, the educational, not job, sorry. They have to be flexible about the formal educational requirements and look at more skill-based recruitment. Also, there is an important need to invest in sensitization. The sensitization has to be wide-ranging, ongoing, top to bottom, every side. I will just share a quick example. There is this young man was working in a multinational, and this is a multinational that is really invested in neurodiversity inclusion. So he was working there, he had the skills for the job, was working very well, was enjoying the work, and he was deeply invested because this was his first job. He was earning something he always wondered whether he'd be able to, and he was putting his all in the job. But one day, for whatever reasons, perhaps he'd reached up for something, we don't know what, his shirt had come out of his trousers. And one of the things that he'd learned before we placed him in employment was how to present himself, to be really well groomed. So when his shirt had come out and he discovered that, he pulled his waistband and started tucking his shirt in. Now it so happened that when he was doing that, he was at his workplace, and there were a couple of female colleagues who were present there. So his supervisor, to whom obviously all the sensitization had not seeped in, his supervisor found that this is something that cannot be allowed, went to the HR person who he dealt with directly, and they both decided this was not acceptable and we cannot have this person in the company. And I will just give you an analogy before I move on. And a lot of people agree that, this is something that cannot be allowed. Now, supposing if I were male, right? If I'm a man and I'm blind, when I'm at home, I don't use my mobility stick because everybody knows I'm blind in my home. They don't move things around. If they move things around, they inform me, so I know that things are out of the place. But when I move out, I always use my mobility stick. When I get to my workplace, likewise, when I'm entering my cabin, which I share with a few people, I fold up my mobility stick. I've come to work today. I've come to work today, and somebody thoughtlessly has moved a chair out, which I'm not aware of. So I walk in, I hit the chair, and I'm about to fall, and I fall on somebody else, and I grab on to save myself from falling over. That somebody else happens to be a female colleague. Now, would that come under prevention of sexual harassment? And I can see heads going, no, that won't. Why? Because we all know that, he could not see that, right? He could not see that. He's blind. He was not able to see that there was something lying in the way, and he fell over. Now, this autistic person was also blind to this social rule that you do not tuck your shirt in a public place, in a place of work. And yet, the company, the particular person who was dealing with him, was not looking at the fact that he's autistic, but did not have the sensitivity to understand that I do not judge him from my neurotypical perspective. And that same company, I must add, there was another person in another city, another branch, who again was watching something on his mobile which was not appropriate for his workplace. And there, his immediate supervisor was obviously more neurodiversity affirming, and they realized, okay, this was not a good thing to do, but we cannot ask him to leave because, he is autistic. He did not know this rule because autistic people are rule followers. The first person I talked about, he was following the rule that I must always be well groomed. And he was ensuring that rule is followed. My shirt has come out, I tuck it in. Now the other person, the people understood that he is autistic, so they helped him understand the other new rule that yes, you can watch things on your mobile, but in the company, not only at the workplace, even in the canteen, even in the passageways. So they gave him the new rule. Very often we feel that we are very neurodiversity affirming, but we need to stop and think. As an organization, Action for Autism, when we started, within 2 years of starting, that was our slogan almost 30 years ago, different and proud of it. Because as an organization, we did not ever view autism as a problem. it was always a different way of being. That is what we'd always said, right? And we believed, and in our organization, there is no punishing, no shouting, no raising voices. We don't need to do it. And we always believed that we were doing a great job. We really understood autism. It took us a long time to realize that we were using a lot of that behavioral stuff that makes us look at autistic people from a neurotypical lens. We were looking at our people from a neurotypical lens, which can never work in the long term. It was listening to a lot of autistic trainers, and we do a lot of training. Even right now as I speak, we have a training going on that is being delivered by autistic people. Listening to our autistic colleagues, learning from our autistic colleagues, learning from our autistic friends, it helped us realize that we have to step back from this behavioral understanding of changing behaviors and look at what are the changes we make in the environment. And when you make the changes, it's amazing. Because as an organization who thought we were neurodiversity affirming, we still had a lot of kids who were constantly having meltdowns and behaviors, etc. It is when we made that shift that started about 8 years back that we've come to a place where we don't have this. We really don't have this, except one day somebody has a meltdown because something has happened on the subway or something. But it doesn't happen because, and it's not that we've got it in place, we are still learning. It is a work in progress because we are not autistic. But what we learned is to challenge the unconscious bias that drove a lot of the things that we were doing, so that we looked at things that they were doing from a neurotypical perspective. One of the things that we have to do in this is we have to stop inspirationalizing autistic people. We have to celebrate the everyday autistic individual. That is way more important. The other thing we have to do is ensure that our HR trainings, if the companies can do that, there are trainings for HR people, to ensure that has some kind of component, a substantial component, not just disability inclusion, but also autism inclusion, just the way that we are trying to bring about for medical trainings and for teacher trainings, because we also, in teacher trainings, because we want to get our students excited about diversity. We want them, not just the students excited about diversity, we also want to get our caregivers to understand, our parents, I'm a parent also, to move away from feeling I am having such a difficult life, to being able to see the world from my child's perspective, my daughter's perspective, and my son's perspective, and realize that if I'm having a difficult life as a neurotypical, in a neurotypical world, as one of the majority population, imagine what a tough time my son is having or my daughter is having as a minority in a majority world where they are not really understood. And the thing is that the onus is always on the autistic person to change and adapt. The onus has to shift to us, the neurotypical people, to make the environment inclusive of autistic people. You know, attracting a diverse workforce is not really impossible. What is more challenging is ensuring that that workforce is one where everyone feels valued, validated, respected, and truly included and empowered, right? Companies will know that they're really making a change when the undisclosed autistic people who are already there in their populations, and there are many, mind you, when they start feeling that we can unmask, and we will be accepted for what we are. When that happens, we know that we would be moving towards a more inclusive ecosystem for neurodivergent people. When all the unmasked people feel they can stand up and say, I too am autistic. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Mary. So we have time for a couple of questions in case anybody would like to ask a question to Miss Mary.
Yeah, just about.
You have been in Delhi and working very closely with the, I believe, with the government organization. What is the government's policy and how you see those are getting improved to support entire drive on neurodiversity?
Is it a government policy on employment particular that you want to know, or general?
In general. So it involves really the life cycle of entire, from cradle to grave. Yeah.
See, we have an excellent legal, excellent law in place, the Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act. But how the government implements it is something that really leaves a lot to be desired, right? So, the government policy is something that the disability sector has to work on at an ongoing basis. I don't know how many of you, I'm sure all of you are aware about the recent Supreme Court judgment that came about. This judgment came about as a result of a suit that was filed by a fellow advocate for making every area, whether it's schools or employment, public places, everything accessible for persons with disabilities, right? And recently, the person Rajiv Raturi, who'd filed the case, he followed up on it, and then the Supreme Court decided that, and it went to the Supreme Court, and they decided that they have to do something about it. So the Supreme Court got Nalsar in Hyderabad, if you all know Nalsar, and Professor Amita Dhanda, who's really closely linked in the disability sector, to come out with a document saying what has to be done. And actually that document has, all of us disability organizations had contributed to it, including persons with disabilities themselves. There are autistic people, for instance, I forget her name, Swati. There is a young non-speaking autistic lady in Bangalore. She's published books, etc. She's also contributed. So there are non-speaking and speaking autistic people who also contributed to that. So currently the work is on to hold. After that came out, recently the Supreme Court said that we have to really work on this and get everything in place. And in 3 months, we have to come back with what we are going to do. So there's work happening we're going to go step by step. We shouldn't do too much. So right now it is about what are the things that the government should do. That is what the work is being done. Because if we don't push, the government has really done very little. Let's get that, very little. In terms of employment, there's barely, a handful who've been employed. And they have to employ autistic people also. So very few, but recently, because of the push of the Supreme Court, all the ministries are now appointing committees that will decide what kinds of jobs autistic people and other people with disabilities can do. To cut a long story short, very little has happened, but because of the Supreme Court judgment, we are hoping that we can push things a little further.
Yeah. Hi, can you hear me okay? Yeah, over here. Hi, so quick question for you. I'm right here in the front row.
Oh, sorry.
That's
yeah.
okay. So I'm really fascinated with the item that you mentioned about 6 million autistic working individuals, yet it seems that most of them are unemployed or underemployed. So when we think about our culture from a sympathy-based perspective that may drive a lot of stigma behind this, what are the top 1, 2, 3 things that you think are needed to begin attacking and changing the perception and the stigma behind this?
One, definitely, we have to do something majorly with families to get them to believe in their children, not believe that everybody will go and work at SAP. My son doesn't. My son is what would, in those days, what's called more severely autistic. He is a minimally speaking young person. We don't think of severe, mild, etc. We are all at our different levels. He lives in an assisted living. He works at the vocational center there. The bottom line is, he is a happy individual. He wasn't always. He had what are called challenging behaviors. He was a champion at that because, of course, I was goofing up. I was looking at him with a neurotypical lens, even when I was thinking I was doing good, even when I was going and lecturing other people, because we were all looking at them through our neurotypical lens. But he's happy, and parents will have to start looking at their children as individuals, because currently there is this big thing that everybody must become this person who has some kind of an amazing skill, and society has to stop saying that every autistic person has savant skills. They don't. And even if they do, sometimes they are so what savant skills. My son had a so what savant skill. I don't even know if it exists anymore. He could calculate 385 by 964. But how does it matter? My mobile does it anytime I want it. So these so what savant skills make no difference. So one, we have to help parents, because parents live in a society and we are a product of our society that tells us that our kids are difficult, hard, problem. So, parents, they live in that society. They're a part of that. So we can't blame them. So one is parents. Two, schools. That is where it all starts. As long as schools remain exclusive, because every school nowadays, it's fashionable to say, oh, we are inclusive, we take everybody in, right? But they practice exclusion. Because when I'm looking at the top people who will top and bring fame to my school, what am I doing? I'm trying to exclude the ones who are not going to be at the top. Every child matters. Schools say that. I attend many conferences where I hear schools saying, every child matters. And I know that the speaker is lying through their teeth, because in their school it does not matter, right? Because we often get information from the people who've been to those schools. So that's the second thing. And the third thing, the government really has to step up. And that is an almost impossible thing. But if the government does not step up, see, we have the Right to Education Act. But why has it taken so many years for schools to even begin to take children in? Why isn't the government doing something to, come down on that law? Because families won't do that. If my child is kicked out of school, I'm not going to file a case, because then no other school will take my child. Families think like that, and it's natural, right? So the government has to step up. And if I had to say a fourth one, I would say companies. Businesses, employers, everybody has to think, because the first thing people think is, oh God, another autistic kid. Oh, can I take this one? And then I want to cherry pick. A lot of companies do that, they cherry pick. A lot of schools do that, they cherry pick. The one I think will fit in. And then we are doing a disservice, because there could be a non-speaking kid who's flapping, who's actually brilliant. And you're missing out all that talent. So we have to keep an open mind about neurodiversity, understand that their brains are different. What you see is not what you get. You have no idea what is there inside. So keeping that open mind and looking at everything with an autistic lens is what we need to do.
Thank you.
Hello. Are there time for any more questions? Yeah, I thought so. We could talk separately maybe. I think there won't be time for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Mary. And as mentioned, you can definitely connect with her during the break time. So now I would invite Mr. Ganpati Subramaniam from JP Morgan to felicitate Miss Mary. This token of gratitude has books written by neurodivergent authors published by Book Cosmia, and artwork designed by neurodivergent artists from Ishanya, India. So, does anyone here know what is the diversity prediction theorem? So, kindly raise your hands if anyone knows. Strange, is it that abstract? Okay. So, in simple math, diversity prediction theorem is the error of a group of individuals is equal to the error of the average individual minus the diversity of the group. And in even simpler terms, what it suggests is that any group which is working towards complex problem solving, whether in research, whether in academics, whether in any projects, the diversity of the group will reduce the overall error of the group and improve the quality of the results. So, thank you, that was not expected. So, in the context of education, this means that fostering diversity and including neurodiversity is essential to achieve better outcomes, not just for the individuals, but also for the group as collective as a whole. To support this, institutions must adopt a universal design for learning, a framework that ensures education is accessible to all students regardless of their abilities. The Office of Learning Support at Ashoka University does exactly what is needed by helping remove the barriers that neurodivergent students face with their coursework and exams. Let us all warmly welcome the driving force behind this initiative, Ms. Reena. So, Ms. Reena Gupta is a clinical psychologist and a certified educational therapist. She is the founding director of the Office of Learning Support, Ashoka University. She founded this office in 2016 to support students with disabilities and other neurodiverse needs such as dyslexia, with the goal of expanding the scope of neurodiversity and disability management for higher education in India. Besides creating collaboration opportunities with schools, universities, and foundations that promote inclusion in their institutions, she is working towards establishing policy frameworks for disability management in the higher education ecosystem. She firmly believes that diversity and equity is central to achieving quality education for all learners in today's world.
Hi, good morning. Thank you so much, Siddharth. Thank you for the introduction. In fact, Siddharth, you had scared me. I was waiting for him to call my name and he started talking about theorems, prediction. I said, okay, I hope he's not expecting me to talk about all of that, right? But anyway, very, very happy to be here, and I'm glad that, Ishanya Foundation has organized at Christ. Just a quick fun fact, I remember when Swati, approached me, I didn't know Swati before that. We connected on LinkedIn. She reached out and she, said that if I could come and talk here. And when I read the name of the summit, India Neurodiversity Summit 7, right? Number 7. And I said, okay, the previous 6 have already happened, and I didn't know about this, right? So if it's the 7th one, then I'm sure Ishanya has been working on this for last 8-9 years, if I'm not wrong. Then I started wondering, for last 8-9 years, how come I didn't know about them? And where was I? What was I doing? And then I realized that yes, of course, last 9 years, I have been only focusing on Office of Learning Support, at Ashoka University. How to build, what to do. When we started long time back, we didn't have anything, in India as a model to emulate. So my whole focus for the last 9 years was just to build Office of Learning Support at Ashoka University. So, I have a few slides. I can get started. Yes. Office of Learning Support. I have to start with this. It takes a village. So when I say last 9 years, what did we do? We, of course, have built up a system where at the university we welcome. In fact, today morning I was telling we look for students with diverse abilities to come and study at Ashoka. And honestly, it takes a village to build a kind of environment, a kind of ecosystem within a university. It takes a village because a lot of stakeholders need to be brought together on the same page. It doesn't happen that easily. At a university level, I'm sure the Christ University people would know. The staff members, the faculty, of course, they are the first ones who have to buy into this approach that yes, we will be and we are inclusive as a university. The campus has to be made accessible for all learners. The students have to be open to interact with other students who may not be exactly like they are. So yes, it takes a village. And I'm very happy to share that story with you here in next 15 minutes as much as I can. And then, of course, I'll be very happy to take a few questions. How we started back in 2015, for the audience who don't know, Ashoka was started in 2014. August 2014, the first batch of undergraduate students had joined Ashoka. And at that time, in the beginning 2015, like January, when I approached the management there, the founders there, and I started talking about support system for invisible disabilities. At that time, because I had been working with schools for several years, and I knew that, in India at least that time, there was nothing much that I could guide the school students and their parents for their education beyond school system. We would be at school level, we would be providing all kinds of accommodations to the students. But the parents would be worried that, ma'am, you are giving them all support here. Who's going to support them where are they going to go after school? Who's going to understand them? Where are the colleges and universities here in India which will provide similar kind of support systems that you're providing to them at school level? And when I didn't know anything at that time. I said, well, honestly, I could only tell them that, if you can, please send them to the US. Please send them to the UK, Australia, all these countries. But in India, yes, it's a challenge. So when I approached in 2015, the founders of Ashoka, it took them some time to understand what I was talking about. The only thing that clicked, and I'm glad that I could say to them at that time, that you're trying to build a university where you're teaching students critical thinking. You want to train your students to be global leaders. They cannot be global leaders unless they learn how to be with other students who are different from them. Right? They cannot be the critical thinkers if they can't think from other people's perspectives. That's the only way they will be able to build new solutions, new questions, new programs, only if they have been with other people who may not be exactly like who they are. And that clicked, fortunately, and we started Office of Learning Support there. Primarily, this office was started for, like I said, invisible disabilities. And when I say invisible, I mean students with dyslexia, because I feel neurodiversity has a much bigger spectrum. Dyslexia, dysgraphia, dyscalculia, these are all real conditions. ADHD and autism. That's where we started. But of course, over the years, we have now, in 9 years, we have supported all kinds of disabilities, including visual impairment, partial, full, 100%, hearing impairment, locomotor disabilities. And today in 2024, I can say that, we do provide thought leadership on disability inclusion in higher education space. So talking about this at Christ University adds to that value. I'm glad that I'm here, and I'll be very happy to collaborate with Christ also to take this forward at their university, at this campus. Just a quick glimpse of the areas that we work on. This is what the office focuses on in a particular day, or in a particular week, or in a month. Working with the outreach and admissions, working with the regulatory bodies like government. People have been talking about what government is doing, so we do try to collaborate with the government on that. The daily academic and daily living support. Ashoka is a residential university, so all the students with different kinds of abilities, they all live on campus. Even if they are 100% on wheelchair, they live on campus. So the campus is being made fully accessible for them. The academic capacity building for the professors specifically. There's a lot of work that goes in training and working with the professors to help them make their classrooms, their lectures fully accessible for students with varied abilities. Barrier-free spaces, like I said, the infrastructure has to be made accessible, with the university being a fully residential one. Career planning, I was very, very happy to see corporates here and talking about the great work that they are doing. That is one piece that I feel is missing. As a head of the office, I have struggled placing my students with disabilities at the corporates, at the places where they want to go to. They have not been placed well in that sense. They get interviewed, but they don't get the call, because once they realize that, the student has 100% visual impairment, the student has autism, I don't know, we'll get back to you later. So that, but I'll be very happy to, collaborate with the co-collaborators of this summit and help universities like Ashoka to help us train our students in a way that they can come and work at your places. Next few slides, I just have a few pictures. I don't want to talk I don't want to give you a lot of textual information here, but just a few pictures on, what the university looks like and how the culture of inclusion happens at Ashoka. Here are our students with different kinds of disabilities. The picture that you have in front of you, this is, of course, a collage of our students. Some of them have autism, some of them have visual impairment, locomotor, dyslexia. All of these are, and we are very proud of them. At present, the ones that you are seeing on your screen, all of them, except for that yellow girl on the right-hand side, she's still studying. Rest, all of them have been placed extremely well from what they studied. There is Mary Barua speaking at Ashoka University. Mary, I have your picture also. So see, again, another reason why we didn't look beyond Delhi, because of course Ashoka is in Delhi NCR area. We had Mary Barua. We have Action for Autism there. So if we need any help with our students, that's the place we go to. Okay, there's something that we call as the Ashokan tapestry, and this is one of the most successful and very, very well appreciated activity that we did on the campus. The Ashokan Tapestry is where the students come and they move one thread head to the other, saying that, yes, I struggle with this aspect of reading. I struggle with this aspect of social interaction. I struggle with this aspect of calculation. We all do that. So what is so special about being on the spectrum, or so special about having a visual impairment? We all struggle with some or the other aspect. And that really helped the entire community at Ashoka, especially the students, understand what actually it means to be different. We all have our strengths and weaknesses. It's all right, some of us have more than the others, and that's what in psychology terms becomes kind of a disability. That also brings us to another fact that I want to mention. There's a reason why we coined the name Office of Learning Support and not the Office of Disability Services. The reason was that we wanted to have this office open for all learners at Ashoka. That's the only way you can break the stigma around disability. Today, the Office of Learning Support, I'll give you some data here. At present, like today's number is 102. 102 students with disabilities, diagnosed disabilities, are supported by my office, and in a very, very formal way. In addition, we have at least 230 to 240 other students who do not have any diagnosed condition, but they need help. They are struggling for some or the other reason. Maybe disability is not a reason, but they are looking for some help, right? And I'm glad that, now that wall, that invisible wall that we have is broken, because my office, I have 10 students standing outside. They want to meet us because some of them have disabilities, others do not have disability, but they need help. Each one of us needs help. I think that's what the Office of Learning Support means to the campus, that anybody who needs any kind of a help can go there. It's not only for disability. And I think that's a true sense of inclusion. That's the true meaning of inclusion. That you don't need a special, very special disability services office at the university. Just again, a few more pictures. This is a very special room for us, assistive technology room. Technology plays a huge role. Again, I'm standing here because we support students with all disabilities. So a lot of our students, in fact, are visually impaired students. Right now, we have 9 of them. Overall, over last 9 years, we have supported around 13 or 14. 80% of them have done STEM. They study science. They study computer science. They study economics and finance, 100% visually impaired students. So the technology, of course, has enabled them, and we work a lot on making our ATR, we call it, assistive technology room, fully equipped for any kind of a latest device, so that STEM courses can be made accessible for our students on visual impairment, with visual impairment. Okay. Yeah, just a quick picture of student engagement journey. This is from the outreach to the admissions, to the campus life, and to the employment. A common thread that runs through is the Office of Learning Support, because we work with the outreach teams to help them talk about the support system at Ashoka and get more students with different learning conditions apply. And of course, at the admissions time, during their study at campus, and of course for their employment also. Quick initiatives within and outside Ashoka. Peer learning support, like I think peers play a huge role. I don't know if Mary had mentioned that, but peers play a huge role in making the campus culture, accessible and welcoming to all. More than us, we have reached a stage where we have student clubs and societies reaching out to us and saying, Reena ma'am, look at that area in the campus, that area is not accessible. I can see that that area, a wheelchair user is not able to go to the amphitheater, is not able to go to the stage in Reddy's auditorium, is not able to go to the Frisbee field. Can you please work on it? They have become the advocates more than us. Right? That's the kind of culture you want to bring in any educational institution. There's a very special picture on the top right. You see those 3 boys on the bike. One of them is 100% visually impaired. Which one? Anybody? Which one? Yes. The maroon t-shirt guy, Ayush, is 100% visually impaired. Right now, you see him with 2 other boys. But in general, Ayush bikes around the campus completely on his own. He doesn't need anybody else around him. The day I heard about it, because I hadn't seen that, but somebody from my staff came and told me, ma'am, do you know Ayush bikes around the campus? I said, not possible. You must be talking about somebody else. They said, no, it's Ayush. Ayush bikes around the campus. I said, how? And then I actually stayed by. He said, that person told me that he generally bikes late in the evenings. And by that, I go back home. So one day I stayed back. And I actually called up Ayush. Ayush, are you planning to bike today? Kehta, ma'am, I do biking every day. I said, okay, fine. So then I saw him. And he was biking. Right? The other 2 boys that you see, both are neurodivergent. That's the reason why we clicked this picture. We just happened to take this picture. These 3 were together, and I know the other 2 are neurodivergent, and Ayush being a VI. That's the kind of culture. I mean, I'm just talking about the program. The students support each other, and it's a special program for us. I'll quickly talk about the college readiness program that we run. I strongly feel, and that's what my experience has been, working with the school students, now working with the college students, I see a huge gap between the 2. The students are not prepared for college education for various reasons, for the subject choices they may have. I know a lot of students who could easily come to Ashoka also, but I know that the subjects that they chose in classes 11th and 12th did not prepare them to opt for the courses that Ashoka offers. So only for that reason, we have been running this program for last 4 years. We recently concluded our conclave, Building Foundations for Inclusive Higher Education. This is mainly as a consortium of higher ed institutions to come together and promote inclusion at their respective campuses. I would love to have Christ University be part of that. Another quick one, we recently launched a report named Access to Higher Education, an Unresolved Challenge for Students with Disabilities. I did not bring the hard copies with me because I didn't want to carry them in the plane, but I'll be very happy to share the soft copy of this report. This report is basically talking about what kind of student intervention, specifically the student intervention that needs to be done to prepare students for higher education. And it also talks about that, higher education though is not the only desired space to be. Students can, of course, as per their interests, their aptitude, their passion, they can take any field, any area that they want to work towards, and like Mary said, live a fulfilling, happy life. I'm ending with this quote, of course, said by somebody else, but I truly, truly believe in this. Unless you consciously include, you will unconsciously exclude, right? So it has to be, inclusion is a journey, and one has to put very specific efforts. And that's why the theme of this summit also, from awareness to action. Action will happen if you put very special and specific effort to make it happen. That's pretty much it from my side. This is just the contact information. If there's anything that you would want to know, understand, and talk about, feel free to write to me. My ID is here, or write to my Office of Learning Support. That's it. Thank you so much. I'll be happy to take questions. With that, you want to come?
Thank you so much, Reena. That was a truly enlightening and inspiring session. And for all those who have questions, don't worry. We have a break immediately after this, so you can connect later. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Shweta Mohanty, Human Resource Head at SAP, to present the token of gratitude. So networking is about seeing the world through the lens of others and broadening your own perspective. So with a short tea break, please have the opportunity to enrich our connections and share knowledge in multidimensional ways. And please try to come back in the next 20 minutes.
Just a quick announcement. There's coffee, tea served in the same floor and on the second floor.
Our panelists will share their experience, knowledge, and insights on how we can transform the educational ecosystem to be truly inclusive for all students. Let me quickly introduce the panel we have here today. So first of all, the panel will be moderated by Ms. Sangeeta. So, Ms. Sangeeta Krishnamurthy is the co-founder of the Teachers Collective, an organization that aims to create 1 lakh inclusive educators in the next years. She believes that inclusive classrooms are not that hard to create when teachers and school systems are equipped, empowered, and supported well. So, Ms. Sangeeta. Joining Ms. Sangeeta, we have Mr. Manu Sekar, who is the founder of #Code, a social enterprise making tech education inclusive and accessible for everyone, regardless of background, age, and gender. Driven by the belief that every individual has the potential to thrive, Manu focuses on using code to develop cognitive skills and create meaningful opportunities for neurodivergent individuals. He is passionate about breaking down barriers and fostering a supportive space where learners of all abilities can grow, innovate, and succeed in their ever-evolving tech world. Next, we have Dr. Tony Sam George, who is an experienced professor of psychology with a demonstrated history of working in the education management industry. He is the former Dean of Psychological Sciences at Christ University. He is exceptionally skilled at in e-learning, social services, group therapy, student counseling, and family therapy. He is a strong education professional with PhD focused on group psychotherapy from NIMHANS. And finally, we have Ms. Aruna, who is a psychologist, author, and visiting faculty at Azim Premji University. All right, so over to the panelists.
Good morning, everybody. Can everyone hear me? All right, so we're going to get right into it. The whole point is to get as much meat of the discussion done. I'm going to start with where Ms. Reena Gupta beautifully put it. Unless you consciously include, you will unconsciously exclude. And it was fascinating to hear Ms. Mary Barua as well, talking about the biases. And so that's where we want to start with. I just want to take a couple of minutes to set the stage in terms of when we are talking about inclusion, what are we talking about, right? It's not getting the invitation to the dance alone. It is also coming and dancing on the dance floor regardless of how we do. Now, how many of you consider yourselves brilliant dancers? Show of hands. How many of you like to dance but really don't know what you're doing? So all of you who just raised your hands, shall we call you disabled? How many of you love to write? How many of you would much rather watch a video? How many of you would prefer not to have textbooks and just do your own thing? Are we all then neurodivergent? So the whole point is to look at what is inclusion, and by that I mean consciously looking and removing barriers. A proactive universal design that helps all of us, because I think with all the discussion on upskilling, there's a lot of discussion on how skills are not enough, right? Our graduates don't have enough skills for the jobs that are there. Is education really working for neurotypical kids, is the question to ask. And many times the answers come from what is called special ed, right? It's just best practices. So I think the evolving definition of inclusion is don't do anything special for any one person. Make sure, though, that everyone's needs are met. And that's what we're talking about in terms of inclusion. Is this happening? Absolutely. I'm here because we have worked with 2,300 teachers. You heard us say 1 lakh. I want to work with 1 lakh teachers. That's pie in the sky. Right? 2,300 to 1 lakh seems like a big bridge. But because we have a village, I'm pretty sure that that's going to happen. So we are trying to reimagine how we see ourselves. And the goal is ourselves, right? Let's not look at us and them. It's all of us. And so we'd like to jump in directly to the first question. We're going to try to be brief so that we can cover more questions, please. The first question we have is, what does neurodiverse mean to you personally and professionally? Okay, we'll start with you, Doctor.
You know, when I was in school, I grew up in Africa. I was born and brought up in Africa. And I used to do very well. I was branded as a smart student. But I still remember my maths test results. I often got 0 out of whatever the total was. And that was an emotionally difficult experience for me. I still remember, you know how memories are. Some memories are stored in us for life because of the emotional content around those memories. I remember scraping off that 0 on that answer script, hoping that my parents will not find out. And I think that's a burden that I've carried through my life. Although I've done well otherwise, rank and all that, I would consciously avoid studying maths. It taught me one lesson, that whether small or big, the challenge of being different in some way is a burden that we bear. I think neurodiversity for me is about being different, that each one of us are different, our brains are different, of course, and there is no one standard to, test ourselves against. And the moment we bring in standardization, of which I've been a part for a long time, having worked in universities, then we begin to lose sight of the differences that we have among ourselves. I'm also a caretaker, so I know what it means to work with individuals who are different from us, and the kind of, mental blocks that each of us have in our minds when it comes to looking at each other. Thank you.
Sure. Very good morning to everyone. So, to answer this question, I should probably start with my journey of inclusion. Like everybody, I went abroad to do my graduation, and I studied in France and Italy, and I decided to come back to India, start my own company. I was always amazed at how I was able to start my company with just a laptop and internet connection. We focused on app development and marketing automation, such things. And I wanted everybody around me to have the same opportunities that I had. And so what we did is that we worked with women from low-income communities. We paid them to learn. We taught them coding. We hired them. And with time, we got really good in skilling. And so we worked with people who cannot speak in here. We worked with different types of audience. And when we think about diversity, we normally think about gender, we think about culture, but we don't often talk about the diversity of brain and mind. This is really neglected, and that's how my journey has been. So one of my client daughter was autistic. So they had asked me to participate in an event, which was a career event, like in a summit like this. Like it was 6-7 years back, actually. So I went there, and just like a general public, I had little awareness about what autism was, but not so much. And when we had a first autistic student, I did not look at the label. I just saw him for the individual who he is. And maybe this is the way we were brought up, or maybe because I was since child, we've always been taught to see each individual for who they are. And the difference starts from you, not from someone else. And because of that acceptance, right, we just grew from 1 student to over 500 students. And even in our company, like I run a company called Hasha Code, where we focus on inclusive tech education. We have neurodiverse coders, neurotypical, first generation people from disadvantaged background. Everybody sees each other for who they are. I think when you start accepting that the difference starts within and that you're unique, you'll start embracing the uniqueness of others. And I think that's what diversity, any diversity, means to me.
The term neurodivergence, at its core, to me represents a celebration of human variation and difference, while providing adequate stimulation, support, and encouragement for all kinds of learners. There is a common misconception in the way the term neurodivergence is used, because it's typically used to refer only to people with special education needs. However, I would like to argue that the construct of neurotypical, and I too am guilty of using this term, the construct of neurotypical itself is a myth. Because if you ask any teacher to define or characterize a neurotypical student, they will tell you only what a neurotypical student is not. To say somebody is neurotypical is someone who doesn't have special education needs, or someone who is not neurodivergent, is a circular argument. The very fact that we cannot define what neurotypical is speaks of the inherent and natural variation of people. And I think this is something that we need to embrace. Further, I would like us to de-link the concept of neurodivergence from clinical reductive labels, because these labels frame you within a limiting box that does not capture the richness, fluidity, variation, and strengths of people with conditions like autism, ADHD, or learning disabilities. So I would like us, if we broaden our conception of neurodivergence to include every kind of learner, I think we will be providing a more enabling and enriching educational experience for everyone.
Absolutely. So the one thing I learned recently was this experiment by Professor Mark Miller. Please go look it up. It's called The Myth of the Average Learner. And this is very important because all of our curriculums are based on this myth, that there is an average learner, and our curriculums try to figure out what that average learner should have. So what they did was they studied a bunch of brains. It was a simple memory test. They gave them some numbers, some things to remember, and then scanned them as they were giving back the answers. And then this professor did something different. He went back to look at the brains of the people in the study and compared it to the average they came up with. And not one brain was close to this average. Now, this is all nice to say, right? But take a look at how many of our systems have this average embedded in. So who is an average writer? Is it one person who writes a paragraph or who communicates the idea? Many times we look at writing only from a handwriting perspective. So there's a lot of work to be done, and in that, let's also talk a little about what's happening. So the next question I'd like to pose to the panel is, in this context of neurodivergence and this amorphous neurotypical, what are we doing okay in education? Because we must be doing some things okay as well, right? It can't be all bad. But what do we need to go ahead and improve a lot more?
Should I start? Yeah. When you asked this question, I was reflecting about my own interactions as a department chair and dean with students. And I've come to realize, I was very happy to listen to Dr. Reena speak about the wonderful work you're doing at Ashoka University, and I think all universities, including Christ, should begin to follow models such as that. I think over the years, we haven't created enough psychologically safe spaces for students to speak about the challenges they face because they are deemed different by the rest of us. And if you track the number of failures in academics, against neurodiversity in courts, you notice that a lot of these students would actually pass if they are understood and given a space to work through the challenges that they face. I remember at the basketball court a few years ago when I first joined the university, speaking to a young man, and he was doing very well in the cultural team, highly talented, and I said, how's it going with you? And he said, I have some 8 or 9 backlogs to complete. It's a common lingo in higher education. And I figured that he's never spoken about the challenges that he's facing with anyone in the system because the system is not open. And he was like many institutions branded as a person with attitude, casual, lazy, not interested in academics, so on and so forth. So we spent some time together, listened, and we said, hey, let's figure out some way in which we can beat the system. He was given the space and freedom. And of course, as leaders, if there are leaders among you who are running educational institutions, higher education institutions, we need a lot of courage and risk-taking if you want to make significant changes in our systems, because the systems are so strongly loaded against diversity, irrespective of what we think, maybe because of pressures of rating agencies or our own mental sets that we have brought into our system, the way in which we have been trained and so on. So what can we do right? I think we can do right by giving space to young men and women in our universities, I'm speaking from a higher education perspective, to speak, explore, and realize that there are other ways of, being assessed, graded, and so on. Standardization is not a marker of competence, according to me. I think a marker of competence is giving agency to the young men and women in our campuses to talk to us and figure out how best we can assess our own learning outcomes. When I give internal assessments to students, I give them an option to choose how they want to be assessed, which goes against normal expectations. But this gives students to do well. So I have a class where a student produces a podcast, while another student types an essay, and another student does an interview. And it makes a big difference because suddenly the grades all get flipped. Students who are normally not doing so well begin to do well, and so on. So I've given you 2 examples, I think, of things that we can do right at the micro level, at the point of a professor, a faculty, or a dean, or a department head, when it comes to understanding differences among students and having the freedom and flexibility to do that. And that takes a lot of courage. It's not easy to do that. I'll reserve some of the other thoughts for later questions.
So the world around us is changing a lot. Just like how you had literacy skills and numeracy skills, I think cognitive skills are very, very important. I probably owe my success to my language skills. This has been an advantage. If you don't develop cognitions in any individuals, you are putting them at a disadvantage, because before you used to get information, now you get solutions with AI. We are moving into a world where it's not just professional. In academics or everyday life, technology is going to change, the world is changing, you need to develop cognition, and cognition can be developed via coding. That's what we do. So we use coding as a form to develop cognition, and I think this has to be done on a very primary level, even at an early stage, to teach, because I think many of our speakers also spoke about how critical thinking is important, abstract and logical reasoning skills. These are the things that you want. As we move forward to a world, solutions are going to be there. You need to recognize patterns. You need to be able to mix, because today there is a person who can do with AI 20 people's job. So what are you preparing them towards? So this is a primary skill that you need to focus on. So that's what I would like to say.
I think educators need to embrace the idea that variation and difference are assets that need to be tapped, not necessarily just rectify. I think there's definitely a growing awareness amongst educators, and schools and colleges are trying to be more inclusive, but trying and actually doing so are 2 different things. Our educational system still presumes that there is an average learner and focuses on a narrow band of cognitive abilities that emphasize literacy and numeracy. I think we need to broaden our conception of human potential to include Howard Gardner's multiple intelligences and also perhaps character strengths that have now been studied and championed by positive psychologists like creativity, curiosity, humility, and kindness. I know cognitive skills are important, but our education system focuses on cognition at the expense of the socio-emotional aspects. And those are also very elemental and fundamental aspects of who we are as people. And our educational system cannot ignore that. Next, we need to recognize that all students are not generalists. And there are students who have specialized skill areas, and they need to be recognized for their strengths and not be defined solely by what they cannot do. Further, when it comes to education, I don't think educators should rely on diagnostic clinical labels. Instead, we need to focus on needs of students, all students. What do I mean by needs? We need to look at their holistic profile that includes their cognitive, emotional, social, and behavioral makeup. So for each person, we need to identify their strengths, their areas of interest, their areas of weakness as well, and find the environments under which they thrive best. We presume that there is a common environment. So we need to suit the environment to suit the needs of the learners. So if education moves, the thrust of education shifts to cultivating individual strengths, nurturing individual passions and interests, while addressing their weaknesses, but not necessarily emphasizing them, I think we'll be doing more justice to every kind of learner.
So I'm going to speak about the school systems, because both of you you've worked with both schools and colleges, and you're mostly with colleges, Dr. Tony. I work with kids who are all the way 2.5 years old and up till 18. We also work with teachers, so I call them my kids as well. So what we find is early identification is very important. And I completely agree that it should not be clinical. But many times schools tell us, you know, we don't have those types of children here. We don't need inclusion. So one of the good things that happened with the pandemic is many people have woken up and they think because the majority now has attention issues, because they've got into screens, we need to be inclusive. Now those of us working in inclusion can't afford to be purists, right? Beggars can't be choosers. We'll say, yeah, right. Now those children were always there in their classes. But the pandemic now has made this, oh my God, I have to sit up and do something different. Did we need to do something different from the beginning? Absolutely. So then what has happened now is there is technology coming in. And I'm a big believer in technology. I'll be the last person to say we don't need it. We do. But just putting a smart board in a classroom is not technology, right? It's about the content and how children can access it. So right now someone says, I'm an innovative teacher. What do? I play one game in the class. I have, they're called icebreakers. I do an icebreaker here or there, and I play a video, which is nice, but not enough, right? So if you think about a class of 40 minutes, we're talking about 5 minutes of a revision. Then there's going to be 10 minutes of teaching time, which is mostly in front of a blackboard, and again, maybe a 2-3 minute video. And then there's going to be some kind of a worksheet, and there'll be homework, and that's it. So in this, if we are trying to get teachers to have games, do all of this, step one, the system is going to have to change. We're going to have to work with school managements, we have to work with things like timetables. The second thing that has to change is teacher capacity building. How many of you who are teachers here know what autism is? I know there are many parents who are teachers here. I'm not looking at you. Yeah? So look at this whole auditorium and there are maybe 5 or 6 hands going up, right? What is ADHD? We also use these terms very interchangeably. Oh, so hyperactive. And now I'm sad to say that some of the words like retarded and autistic are being used by college students just to talk about someone who's not doing what they're supposed to do. Right? It's not just a word, there is a meaning to it. So if you ask me what school systems have to do, many times children don't even get admitted. There is no admission. We go in there and like someone said, because now it's illegal to say I won't admit you when you have a disability. So they're like, yeah. Or teachers will say, we are not equipped, maybe another school is better. Now I work with a school, we have a child with hearing impairment, we have several children with autism, we have children with SLD, but we can't be completely inclusive in this setup. So there have been, to my eternal grief, there has been a child we've had to try with and then say, sorry, this is not a good environment for you. Yeah, I wish it would have been different. So I'm not saying we can completely, every institution can be completely inclusive, but I'd like to see us try. Many times the issue is in our minds, right? If all of you have difficulty writing, and we were only to give you a writing assignment, and now with ChatGPT, many people are asking for the assignments to be handwritten, even in college. So all of you are going to look disabled at some level, right? And I'm using these words maybe a little harshly because we always talk about disabled for someone else. But all of us are going to be disabled at one point or the other. How many of you have parents who can't do what they did 10 years ago? Would you look at your parents and say they are disabled? You will do what it takes. So that's what we are hoping that schools need to do. So what do schools need to do? We'll talk about in a little more. But the next question, so then can we get down to like a little more specific? Because many times what happens is the theory doesn't translate into practice. Can we have 2 to 3 priority areas that you say, step 1, 2, 3, and can you guys go and try it in your classes or in your institutions and come back? Yeah, Dr. Tony.
From a system perspective, if you evaluate priorities in faculty development programs, neurodiversity or differences does not feature. And I'll tell you what features for those of you from higher education in India. There's an expectation from accreditation bodies, and their expectation is worded like this. What do you do in your university for advanced learners? What do you do in your university for slow learners? It's highly stigmatizing, labeling. It's a binary that makes no sense for those of us who understand the differences and celebrate that, like you said. It's a defeatist perspective when it comes to working with students. Perhaps the question that we should ask might be something like this. What do you do to celebrate differences in your classroom? We speak a lot about students and neurodiversity, but there are teachers in universities who are neurodiverse. And they struggle as well. I worked with some of my colleagues who struggle with the kind of deadlines and expectations that a normalizing system, brings upon them. I think we will have to prioritize faculty development programs which speak and explore what differences mean, not just among students, but also among teachers and administrators who are far too advanced in experience and age to even disclose that they themselves are probably struggling with some of these challenges. So I think number one, faculty development programs, priority, right on top. Number two, I would think in classrooms, and I have a message for the students here. I think many of you are BSc Psychology honors students, am I right? In this audience, I have a message for you. A large number of students in our community do not come and speak about the challenges they're facing because of stigma. There's a concept called implied student. The moment we figure out that the student has a challenge, we'll say, oh, in our staff meeting, what do we do for him? What do we do for her? And it becomes a big issue. That burden of getting so much of attention on you is so much that you will not take steps to take care of your challenges. So they just slip through the cracks. I would encourage students, if you think you're different, you're struggling, please go speak up to someone you feel safe speaking to, explore what you can do for your strengths to be celebrated. It makes a big difference. We worked with a number of students who have been highly successful today. They have been labeled diagnostically as having comorbid depression or attention deficit and something else. The high burden of being labeled like this causes them to think of taking their own lives and so on. But if you can find a safe space, speak to a faculty, speak to your dean, speak to your department chair, share about what you're going through and ask for safe ways in which you can navigate these challenges, that's one thing that you should do. And another message I have for students, and this is again from personal experience, we were working with a young man in our BA program, and he was different because he was diagnosed as having Asperger's syndrome. And by virtue of that, he was on the spectrum. By virtue of that, he had difficulties in boundaries, personal boundaries. And some of the students found that, that space was not good enough and they felt intruded upon. So as a class, they ganged up against him and literally pushed him out of the system. And I was sad because the administration too did not do anything about it. The same set of students, and I'm speaking to all of you here, and I'm kind of putting you in a spot today for a bit, advocate on Instagram and social media about neurodiversity. But when it comes to actually dealing with someone who's different, it becomes very hard. I think Ms. Barua spoke about it when you spoke about the person who was tucking in the shirt today, right? This student in the class could have continued to study very well if the community, student community, was sensitive enough to understand the other. There's always paradoxes that we live in, and I think that kind of sensitization in classrooms is also important as a priority. I'll hold on to some of my other thoughts for later.
Great. So I would like to take a look at another angle here. I believe education is a continuous learning. It goes beyond from primary, secondary to even tertiary. It goes into workplace. And when I mean learning in workplace, I don't just mean mastering a concept. I also mean learning in task. And this is where many neurodiverse individuals struggle. So I'm going to share my personal experience, like how we created an inclusive team, because a lot of corporates are here, and I think it'll be very helpful. So what we understood, right, like as Aruna ma'am mentioned, right, everybody has their strengths and weaknesses. Not everybody, one of us is a star player, but there are a lot of people who will contribute. So you need to understand that when you're skilling or when you're building an inclusive team, when you're trying to hire neurodiverse individuals, don't focus on individual, but focus on building a team. And each one will contribute, right? And so learning has to be a continuous process where, like, if a task is there, you need to break down in a way that you need to analyze which individuals can contribute what and how the others can, complement them. And this has been successful. Today, we have a set of developers who are neurodiverse coders, and we have mainstream developers who developed our learning app, and we figured out a methodology. So it's not just like generally when we hire, we look at job descriptions and different tasks. That's not going to, like a generalized JD is not going to work. You need to go in a deep level where you need to identify what task, choose technology stacks, and then reverse skill them on that and skill the entire team. And this has been successful, I think, in terms of, because we're all building education towards employability, and education doesn't stop just in a tertiary. It goes into workplace, and corporates also needs to understand that how to skill and educate the neurodiverse employees that they have. So this has been my personal experience.
I think as educators, we need to create conducive climates that are both physically and psychologically safe for every kind of learner to express their authentic selves without feeling self-conscious or less worthy. Our educational system is so good at sorting people, the worthier ones and the not so worthy ones. And that is deeply problematic. Further, when it comes to learning, I think embracing the principles of universal design for learning, as Reena Gupta beautifully shared earlier, is a wonderful way of reaching every student by making the lesson engaging for all learners, representing knowledge through multiple formats, and allowing students to showcase their learning in a diverse variety of forms. So how would this translate into practice? So just take any, at the school level, if a teacher is doing a lesson in math and is teaching proportions, the teacher may tap on student interests in order to delve into this concept further. So she may divide the class into groups, and students may choose a group based on their own interests. So students may explore the construct of proportions through the lens of art, baking, construction, where they make some miniature furniture, for example, or maps. Further, the class can work individually, in pairs, or in small groups for different stages of the project. And finally, they can showcase their learning either through posters, presentations, demonstrations, models, or role plays. And these same principles can be extended into higher education, like we saw with the beautiful example at Ashoka University. But I think we can do a bit more in terms of being flexible and allowing students more autonomy. So for example, allowing students to design their own multidisciplinary majors with faculty guidance, giving them credit for projects and research that they do independently while being supervised by a faculty mentor. I was speaking with Dr. Bhuvaneshwari, who's the faculty anchor for inclusion and accessibility at Azim Premji University. And she mentions that inclusion has to go way beyond academics to include all aspects of collegiate life, like we saw in the presentation this morning by Reena. So starting right from admissions, where APU actually has, they have this college readiness program, a summer program for students to acclimatize themselves with the demands of college life. So not only for students with special educational needs, but those who need help perhaps with digital literacy, or students who are not fluent enough in English. So they get a readiness program before they are thrust into college life. Next, all aspects of campus life also have to echo inclusion. So from the residence halls, sporting facilities, the infrastructure, having coaches, physiotherapists, counselors available for students to access can all make a big difference to whether students feel safe and accepted. Further, students can be allowed to start their own special interest groups or clubs so that they can showcase their unique talents. We can also be more flexible, allow some of them to be day scholars or weekly boarders or full-time residents, depending on their needs and profiles. And I think most importantly, like Dr. Tony also mentioned, is peer sensitization, where all students are continually mentored and coached on how to be respectful and mindful of one another's needs, so that we actually create a community that is constructive, creative, and compassionate for everyone involved.
So basically do unto others as you would have done up to you, if I'm probably misquoting it a little. So I think there have been a lot of ideas here. I'm just going to summarize. For the teachers in this audience as well as parents, if there's one thing you want to do to bridge between theory to practice, please look up Universal Design for Learning. If most of us do that most of the time for most students, our systems are going to be better. I want to tell you also something. We think that design and this kind of inclusion is good for children with disabilities. They surely are. But they have found on a study of 48 lakh, a meta study of 47 studies that covered 48 lakh students all over the world, they found that children who are neurotypical, benefited more in terms of marks. Why am I bringing marks up? Because the question always is, all this is right, but they have to take an exam. Well, it helps them with their exams. We want children who are empathetic. We want empathetic citizens, universal design, and this kind of support in terms of social emotional learning is going to help. The other thing I want to mention here is there are a bunch of corporates, and I'm going to be very honest about my challenges. Everyone wants a Richard Branson after he has become Richard Branson. Nobody wants to invest in that child in the process of becoming Richard Branson. We want school fees to go down, but we want their services to go up. If we are not going to look at teachers as professionals, we're not going to say what do they do, anyway they teach. Anyone who is successful elsewhere thinks they can come in and become a teacher in a school, because after all, it's so easy, right? Unless we look at teachers, psychology, mental health professionals as professionals and start investing in them. Everything, there is cost. If I have a huge mortgage as a school, and I'm going to then have to do this and keep my fees low, I'm going to then take anyone who it's easy. I'm going to scale, and I'm going to make my money that way. So as a corporate, if you want to see employees, investing in school-level education is really important, right? And we have to give it time. It's not going to happen in one academic year. It may not happen in 4 or 5 academic years. But I'll end with this. A student I have worked with from when she was very tiny now has a YouTube channel where she sings. And if you closed your eyes and I didn't tell you she was on the spectrum, you would like her singing for what it was. There's another child who I've worked with on the autism spectrum, and I'm saying I not because I did it, there is always a village, but these are the examples I know. He is right now commuting from his home in Kanakpura Road, taking the metro, taking a bus, going to an institution that doesn't know the spelling of autism. He's getting no support. He's in 2nd PU, and he's going to be taking his exams in March, April. The parents have really worked a lot. They've had a huge set of people who worked. Of course, there are kids with SLD. One of the kids who we worked from grade 4 has finished engineering, no support after 10th standard. Is it possible? Yes. But are we going to make it happen for more people than not? These are the people who made it into the systems. There are many more who are not there, and those are the ones we have to reach. So I think we've covered quite a bit with this panel. Swati is giving me time up signs. Do we have time for a question or two, or no? All right. So we'll all be around if you can come and find us, but thank you so much.
So huge thanks to the panel for such valuable insights. I would now invite the Associate Dean, Dr. John Paul Raj, to felicitate the panelists. So let us dive deeper to understand what is true success for a mission like ours. Let's reflect on a key measure of success for this mission, and that measure of success in one that resonates with most of us, which is sustainability. Sustainability in the journey of diversity and inclusion is achieved when we empower individuals to thrive in self-sufficient environments. Imagine a world where minimal intervention is required because neurodiverse individuals are navigating life with greater autonomy than before. A world where the systems we've built are truly inclusive and empowering. As the founder of Not That Different, Mugdha Kalra embodies this vision. Standing at the unique intersection of broadcast journalism and autism advocacy, she is amplifying young voices in the movement for neurodiversity awareness and creating pathways for more inclusive futures.
Hi everyone, my name is Mugdha Kalra. I'm a mother to a wonderful autistic boy. I'm also a broadcast journalist. And now I identify more as an autism activist, an advocate, and somebody who feels very deeply about caregiver inclusion. Second. All right, there we are. So today I'm going to speak to all of you about caregiver inclusion. Why is it important that we also look at the caregiver? I want to know, how do you experience neurodiversity at work and life? Where do you see neurodiversity? So many of you, so many students are sitting here. Have you ever met neurodiverse individuals around you? You can raise your hands, students. All right. Where do you typically see them? Okay, grandparents, as a family, you see them in the family. Students, where do you see neurodiverse people around you? The ones who raised your hands? Where do you see them? Where have you met one? All right, so if you are neurodiverse yourself, all right, what about the ones who are not neurodiverse? How do you understand neurodiversity? I can't imagine everybody who raised their hands is neurodiverse, so you could be meeting them otherwise. Where do you see them? Do you make assumptions that there are neurodiverse? Perhaps?
In classes.
In classes, all right.
Our senior was one of the neurodiverse person.
All right. So in your classroom, and he was, and everybody knew he was neurodiverse, right? All right. So there are several ways in which you encounter neurodiversity, both at work, in life, and in your classroom. You will find a lot of people who are masking, as Mary rightly said, that it isn't that your organizations are now getting into neurodiversity awareness and are hiring people who are neurodiverse. There are several masking neurodiverse people who are already in your organization. The only difference is that some of them do not know that they are neurodiverse, and the others are not confident enough to disclose about their neurodiversity, thinking that they will face a bias of all kinds. It could be an unconscious bias, it could be a benevolent bias, it could be a bias that we cannot give you more responsibility because you may not be able to handle it because of your neurodiversity. You also come across at corporates you also come across neurodiversity in corporates with difficult bosses. I wouldn't be surprised if today a lot of these corporates do life coaching for their senior management, but if they were to do neurodiversity makeup of bosses, you will find that a lot of The bosses who have been very, very good at their work have actually been neurodiverse. I'll take a few names. Richard Branson, Charles Scrabble, Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates, Jack Ma. They're all touted to be neurodiverse in some way or the other. Well, on one hand, it has led to them being fantastic inventors. They have produced a lot of services and goods and things that have been used by the rest of the world. On the other hand, you also have bosses that have lacked empathy because of their condition, and it was easy for them to hire and fire. You would have met those bosses as well, those leaders as well. So what I'm trying to tell you is that you also would have met those neurodiverse that kind of neurodiversity also, but it is all around you. And you don't really need to be with somebody who openly comes up and says that I am neurodiverse to understand neurodiversity. You have these neurodiverse individuals everywhere. The UK puts the number at 1 in 5. In India, you can just multiply it by 3. That is the kind of neurodiversity that we are looking at. You have friends in your classroom, you have people in your family, and usually the words used for them are thoda sa weird hai. You know, in Maharashtra, where I come from, in Bombay, they will say, thoda mand hai, you know, or they will say, wo thoda odd hai, wo thoda off hai. You know, these are the words that are used to describe neurodiversity. And the ones who have the language will describe neurodiversity as is without even knowing that that is the right thing to do or not. He looks autistic to me. I definitely think he is ADHD. वो थोड़ा spectrum पे लगता है मेरे को. So we encounter neurodiversity in all shapes, sizes, opinions, and that is what I want to tell all the corporates that are sitting here today, that when you start your campaigns of hiring neurodiverse people or people with disability, I think first you need to understand whether or not your employees are introduced and exposed to people with difficulties, with people with different brains, with people with disability. So on the ally meter, before you start your journey in corporates to include all of them without preparing your flaws, I think one of the things you need to introduce to your staff is with caregivers. Now, these are the caregivers who will tell you what it means to have a parent with neurodiversity at home. So I'll take a quick minute to quickly tell you what does a neurodiverse household looks like in this country. You have to understand that neurodiversity is a huge spectrum, right? On one hand, there are people who are celebrating their neurodiversity as a difference. Then there are people who find things a little difficult, but they do it differently. Unko thodi difficulty hoti hai, but they manage. Then you have people who have disorders, right? And that is the other part of the spectrum. And then you also have people who struggle with their neurodiversity in a form of a disease. If you are having multiple seizures, if you are not able to sleep, if you have gut issues, if you have cognitive issues, it isn't the kind of neurodiversity that the person at the other end of the spectrum is celebrating or his family is celebrating. So I think that empathy has to come from even the neurodiverse world, that your neurodiversity is not similar to somebody else's neurodiversity. Because what happens in the absence of us lot coming forward and saying that we have neurodiverse children, or I am neurodiverse and I need accommodations, I have support needs, I need help. In absence of doing that, the government says, आप अपनी आवाज नहीं उठाते हो तो आपकी कोई demand नहीं है. Why in this country are disabled, physically disabled people or the visually challenged community or the blind have more access to government policies, etc., because their disability is seen? Half of the people in this country who are dealing with invisible disabilities or neurodiversity of any kind live in a stigma, so they never come out. So the caregiver also is dealing with the kind of neurodiversity which they don't know perhaps whether to celebrate, whether to manage, or whether to resent. And you have to be empathetic to that caregiver क्योंकि उसकी भी life change हुई है, the diagnosis has come for the entire family. Now I'll tell you what happens in a household where there is a caregiver. The women quit their jobs. 80% of women quit their jobs. There is a curriculum crisis. The last segment, the last panel spoke about it. We have a massive curriculum crisis. My child, for instance, does not fit in a regular inclusive school or a regular integrated school or a regular school, right? My child will fit into a special needs school. But when he goes to a special needs, and I was telling Reena this morning that every child is so different that even if I have six students in a class with one teacher, you would think the ratio is fantastic. But the problem there is that every child has a different individual learning program. Every child has their strengths and weaknesses and their behavior issues. Every child has different sensory processing capabilities. And so even in a designed classroom of a special needs child, there are challenges. And these schools are far and few. So for a caregiver, now you are looking at a child जिसकी न्यूरोडाइवर्सिटी शायद उनको पूरी तरीके से समझ में नहीं आई है कि मैं इसको सेलिब्रेट कर रही हूँ, कि इसको मैं हैंडल कर रही हूँ, कि इसको मैं डॉक्टर्स के पास जाके सॉर्ट कर रही हूँ. करेक्ट? And then there are challenges of school. So, okay, there is a curriculum crisis. Schools will not take your child. Even if they take your child because of the RTE and all the jugaad that you have put to get your child inside that school, the child will be made to feel there will be a hostile environment. You will be called day after day, aaj ye problem hai, aapko PTM mein aana hai, we can't handle your child. So all of that happens. Then, of course, there is integrated versus inclusive. In the name of integration, I put my child into an inclusive school where I'll just find my child loitering in the corridors in a so-called open atmosphere of education, but there is no education happening because the child, and I don't resent the schools are already dealing with a lot with neurotypical, as we are choosing to call them. So there is problem with the school, and if the school takes you, they will tell you, aap ek shadow teacher ka intezam kariye. That onus is also coming on me. So I pay the school fee, then I pay the shadow teacher's fee because the school cannot handle my child. On top of that, there are therapies, so I take my child for therapies of all kinds, and then there is doctors. So, and you have to understand that of the several hundreds of parents I know, more than 70% are having their kids on medication. And medication proves results, but you have to keep going from doctor to doctor to doctor to understand which doctor is right for your child, which doctor is right for your family. In a city like Bombay, if you're going to the top neurologist, the charges for the one-time charge for coming to meet that doctor is about 8,000 rupees, and you meet them for 15 minutes. And that too, all the report taking is done by their assistants and not by the doctor themselves. Now add to it all kinds of medical problems that can happen with the child because of their neurodiversity and the amount of chuttis that a parent, a caregiver may need to take from their office, where nobody understands that why would you want to take an off just because your child had a meltdown. Those of you who do not know what a meltdown is, Google it and you will find that these are not tantrums, but these are unprovoked meltdowns that children in their early stages have that can leave everybody in the family exhausted, not just the child who needs attention. Now, this is what I'm talking about, the caregiver who is going through this much. So we have curriculum crisis, we have little understanding of neurodiversity, we do not find people who are very who are very kind to us. You know, in major metro cities, I feel if you talk about your child's neurodiversity, if you talk about the challenges, you will find good people. But in absence of you not declaring that your family needs help or you are bringing up a differently abled child, chances are that a pet will be treated with more respect than your child in an apartment complex. That pet may be invited to the party of the child, but आपका बच्चा जो है उस birthday party में नहीं बुलाया जाएगा. Now, these are the issues we face as a caregiver. My only, one of the things that I want from corporates, as one of the things that we want to do for the community, is caregiver inclusion at workplace. I know you have a mandate of hiring people with disability as your DEI goals. How many people can you hire? और उसमें भी आप वही हायर करोगे जो कि सबसे मैनेजेबल डिसेबिलिटी के साथ में आता है. You have a job to do. You are also, there is no charity happening here. So you will also hire somebody who is capable of doing that job with little accommodations. Where do kids like mine go? Where do kids with moderate support needs or high support need go? Add to that, Gen AI is coming now. AI is coming now. It is already taking neurotypicals' jobs. What is then happening for my child? For people on the disability spectrum? There is a huge demand for caregivers to be included so that they can empower their children. If I have a job today, I can make the money that is required to bring up this family and support this family. If I have a job today and if I have inclusive policies at work, it will be easier for me to earn for 2 lifetimes because I have to take care of myself and then I have to ensure that my child is taken care of. Health insurance in this country offers 5 lakhs of coverage for a person who lives with autism at the moment. We do not have full coverage, even if we want to spend that kind of money on a premium, but we don't have it. Why aren't the corporates doing that? If a banking corporate comes up and says, this is what we are going to do, we will come up with more policies, then you're likely to help a community at large and not just small 10, 15 people that you are hiring. While hiring is extremely important, of course, we are looking at the number of caregivers going high because neurodiversity and also disability and disease-led disability in the country is going high. So it's not just me as a caregiver of a child, it could be caregiver of anybody in the family who is perhaps battling with a disease, who has gotten disabled somewhere in the middle of their lifetime, or it is age-led caregiving, but caregivers are increasing in this country. When we talk about the health implications, the one question, and I talk about it every time, the one question that haunts every parent is, mere baad mere bacche ka kya hoga? Who's going to take care of my child? Where is my child going to live? Who is going to look at the aging of my child? Where will my child find inclusion, company, family? And if you are not going to live long for that, then it's a lost cause, because now you have to live longer to ensure that you are there to see your child thrive. The worst thing I have heard from parents of children with neurodiversity that needs handling with high support needs is, I want my child to die before me. And that breaks my heart. And that narrative needs to change. Who would want their child to die before them? But that is the case of a lot of parents who feel, mere jaane se pehle mera bachcha agar chala jaye, I'll be fine. I'm talking about the policy gaps, of course. I'm talking about the health, prolonged illnesses that even the caregivers are facing. And I'm also talking about the lack of support as a society that we give to these families. You may know of a family that lives in your complex, or you may know of them as part of your family, but sometimes you don't know how to help them. You have the intention, but you don't know how to help them. And then there are some who say, we don't have the time for this. नहीं है टाइम. अपनी लाइफ इतनी बिजी चल रही है कि मैं दूसरे की लाइफ में कितना मैं कंट्रीब्यूट करूंगी. And then the third one is, I don't want to interact with them. I have parents who come to school and say, my child is learning all kind of things from this other child, so please can we not have so many people, so many kids from this community joining the mainstream schools. So there is no empathy. If I have to, and everything boils down to privilege and not privilege. I am a privileged parent, so I may be able to raise that community for my child and take him to these special schools, but the ground reality is that the ones who are not so privileged are facing all of these problems, and there clearly is a difference between their world and my world as a parent to a neurodiverse child. What do I want from, now these are the things that I've already spoken about. What do I want from corporates? Well, we are looking at flexible work arrangements. We are looking at caregiver leave policies, workplace training, resources and referrals, on-site, off-site subsidized child and adult care. We are looking at perhaps financial assistance programs. You know, my son had an unprovoked seizure and I had to take him for an MRI. I mean, I could take him for an MRI, which cost me 25,000. But imagine somebody who is struggling with their budgets and has been asked to get an MRI done. It is a conundrum because your UDID schemes, your disability certificates are a painful process to get. It took us 14 sittings over 3 months to get my child's disability certification done. And this is in Bombay. So I don't even want to go to cities where there is only one government hospital that is allowing. And when we are looking at all of these support care models, we are also looking at empowering parents who are perhaps not making the privileged cut. So to all the corporates sitting here, it beautifully aligns with all the SDG goals. So pick them up. What I always say is that, you know, when you are looking at CSR programs, please look at the programs that enable institutes, that are enabling larger group of people. If Mary today is running this huge program, invest in that. If we are producing books, invest in them. If we are holding programs for caregivers, invest in that. That way you are empowering a larger community of people. To the students who are sitting here, I have a request. Please do your specializations in family therapy. Please do your specializations in health therapy. Today, health counselors are coming together to speak to families, to tell them what is going to be the prognosis of this particular condition, and this is how you need to plan your life. I always say the first intervention for a neurodiversity diagnosis is the parent should go for therapy, family therapy, to understand how life is going to change and embrace and love that life. And that can only happen when you have that support for your own mental health as well. So that is one thing. A quick, all right, I don't have it here. Yeah, this is where you can start at individual level, at a corporate level, some of the things that you can do. Of course, I would just say support larger movements as well, where you are likely to reach out to more people that can be helped. The reason why I'm here, because I wrote this book. This is a self-help book for parents. This is not about autism, but this is about your own life, how to find yourself, and perhaps make sense of this new normal. Thank you so much for giving me your time and for giving me the opportunity to speak here. Thank you.
So now I would like to invite Ms. Sneha Suresh from Wells Fargo to do the felicitation. So just a heads up, during registration, everyone would have received a bag containing the book written by Ms. Mugdha. So feel free to have it signed by her later on. So has anyone read the book Sapiens by Yuval Noah Harari? Okay, glad got a proactive response. So I like one line from the book and I would like to quote it. It says, large number of strangers can cooperate successfully by believing in common myths. And what this is telling us is that we have evolved as a species through shared stories to foster collaboration rather than competition. Employment is not just a job, but an opportunity for everyone to rise and grow, each in their unique way. For neurodivergent individuals, this journey will naturally be different, and that difference is something to be embraced and not to be judged by conventional standards. We should recognize that humanity has progressed not by outcompeting one another, but by learning to coexist and collaborate despite our differences. From innovative hiring practices to creating supportive environments, today's discussion will shine a light on how we can unlock the immense potential of neurodiverse talent and foster workplaces where everyone can thrive. Let's now move to the employment panel. So this will be moderated by Mr. Uday from Cognitive Biotics. So Uday has more than 37 years of experience in larger MNCs and startups in the areas of technology operations, business development. He retired in 2022 as Executive Director and India Work Center Country Manager of AT&T and currently Chairman of Cognitive Biotics, a startup focusing on AI for autism therapeutics, and Chairman of Global Innovation Hub, a venture studio with focus on health tech innovation by engaging young entrepreneurs. He attended universities in India and abroad and also on the advisory board of a couple of universities in India. His son, who was diagnosed with autism, has made significant progress, completing an undergraduate degree in computer science and now working professionally. This personal experience fuels his passion for helping others with autism. So joining him, we have Ms. Shreya Ghosh from Capgemini. Shreya Ghosh is Capgemini's Diversity and Inclusion Lead in India. Her current responsibility is to create an inclusive workplace across all business units, improving gender balance and leadership roles, inclusion of people with abilities, and LGBTQIA+. Shreya brings over 21 plus years of operations and human resources experience in several industries. She has completed her management studies in human resources from IMT Ghaziabad. She is a certified Green Belt in Six Sigma and has received a certification in diversity and inclusion from Cornell University. Next, we have Mr. Alap Devur. Alap is a producer entrepreneur with 15 years in the entertainment industry. After a career in entertainment journalism working with HT Cafe, followed by TV programming and production with MTV and VH1, where Alap produced the shows Coke Studio and Unplugged and led VH1 India's digital media efforts. He started Much Much Media, a content and research studio. Since 2019, Alap's company Much Much Media has told diverse stories for brands such as the ICC, Gates Foundation, Google, Netflix, Meta, Mahindra Java, Coca-Cola Foundation and HSBC, as well as for several non-profits, netting over 100 million views. Much Much Media runs a 75,000 people strong online community called Much Much Spectrum across LI, IG and YT, creating original content on topics such as health and well-being, gender and sexuality, parenting, love, dating and friendship, and sports. And then we have Mr. Rajshri Roy. Rajshri is an animator with a passion for creativity. He enjoys drawing, listening to music, working out, and relaxing. With a bachelor's degree in animation from Jain University, Rajshri is optimistic and a meticulous planner. He currently works as a correspondent at Thomson Reuters. And finally, we have Ms. Sneha. Sneha is an executive director and heads diversity, equity, and inclusion at Wells Fargo, India and Philippines. In her professional role, she leads and drives the inclusion strategy across gender, LGBTQ+, people with disabilities, and veterans. She coaches senior executives on embedding DEI within their businesses and in their role as inclusion champions. She is also actively involved in building an ecosystem of inclusion in society through various initiatives. She mentors young women and LGBTQ+ professionals on career journeys and life skills. Prior to joining Wells Fargo in 2020, she was diversity and inclusion strategist for Goldman Sachs India. So over to the panel now.
Thank you very much. And definitely we'll feed you good lunch. Okay, promise for sure. I think many parents could be there here, and other than corporates, right? So I'm a parent too, and we have a very nice panel here. We have a D&I expert here, worked in power, gas, IT, and also service sector. So she's true in D&I. So why we chose her is she can throw light on how to hire, how to retain talent in all these spaces, not just IT where she works currently. Then we have Sneha. Okay, we read a lot about her, and she will give a perspective of how to drive the whole thing. And we have Alap, went into media, and he will give us a perspective of how these industries can help us as well. And last but not the least, he is a person. The proof of eating is in pudding. Right now here, Rajarshi, he will throw light. He is a neurodiverse individual himself. So if any parent is there who want to know, is it possible? It's very much possible. He is representing so many people who are contributing in many organizations. So we will try to address questions addressing 3 different phases of employment. One is questions like what parents will have. How do you find employment? Where do you find employment? How do they recruit? What we should prepare for that? Then you come to recruitment phase. How do we recruit? What kind of sensitization is there? Then come the last phase, training them, retaining them, what we should do. I think these are some of the questions which came from attendees. They sent questionnaires consisting of 3 phases: finding and preparing, and recruiting. The third one is ongoing retention, actually. On all these 3 areas, we have excellent people who will throw light so that people can take away the parents what happens. For the budding corporates who want to do the same task, they understand from these experts how they do it, what is the secret sauce. So let me just ask them, each of them. First, I will go with Rajarshi because I like him a lot. Okay? Thank you for being part of the summit, Rajarshi. How do you feel today to be at the Neurodiversity Summit? You like it?
I am, can all of you hear me? I am truly honored to be a part of this Neurodivergent Summit. It is a great privilege for me to speak in front of all of you with the help of Ishania India Foundation and Enable India. Truly, this is a great milestone for me. I have to be honest, it makes me proud and privileged to see that there are big organizations that support us neurodivergent in this spectrum. It also gives me great confidence to know that we are not alone and we're given a chance to improve ourselves which also encourages me to perform better in my workplace and also be better, both socially and work progress. I'm going to be honest, when I started working at TR, I was initially very nervous, but thanks to my manager, Aishwarya, and fellow colleagues, I was able to pull through my nervousness, and not only in the workplace, but also in social and communication skills. Truly, it is a big honor for me. Thank you.
You heard it right. Enjoy it. Now I think we'll go to Shreya. Shreya, would you like to give a little perspective about in this whole thing what is happening?
Thanks, Sudhaya. So today's event, the whole summit so far has been very inspiring and emotional for me. A lot of perspectives that you don't think about. I think this has been very holistic. So really happy to be here and to be able to hear these different views. Now, for me, I think inclusion helps everybody. And I think these are some conversations that we've heard through different speakers today. I'll give you examples. Teams, which is a Microsoft tool, has something called, transcripts. During the meeting, you can actually read the transcripts of all the speakers and participants of the meeting. Microsoft has actively put accessibility in all of their tools. It was designed for people who are unable to hear, but they can read those transcripts. Now, think of people who may not be as good in English, or maybe, because we all work in multinational companies today, people speak different languages. They may not be fluent in one language. So while Microsoft was trying to create inclusion for people who had auditory, disabilities, it has actually created inclusion for everybody, right? So that's what I feel when you bring in inclusive practices in the workplace, it's helping everyone. So that's from me. Thank you there.
Very nice. Sneha from Wells Fargo, your perspective, please.
I think firstly, I just want to take a moment and acknowledge this summit itself. When we started off on our journey a few years ago, we hope, more such opportunities of various parts of society coming together existed. So there's only so much that this summit is going to grow in strength. So thank you for pulling this together. I think for me personally also, I'm going to take a moment because I see Dr. Tony. Sorry to put you on spot, but I studied in Christ. I did my master's in organizational psychology in Christ many, many moons ago, and Dr. Tony was my HOD, so I feel like life has come a full circle. So this is also, I feel, very critical in a sense where we're talking about diversity and inclusion in a much more larger spectrum, which we didn't a few years ago. The nomenclature, how many of you knew the nomenclature of neurodiversity? Back it up 5 years. 5 years ago? Okay. 7, 8 years ago? Hiren, you're cheating. You're not counted. Yeah, so 5 years, and it's come up only in the last 5 years, right? So even nomenclature, and I personally believe language plays such a critical role in the way we understand the world. So there's been an evolution of inclusive journeys as a society, as organization, and similar for us as Wells Fargo, and we can talk more about it as the panel progresses. But I think what we want to acknowledge is everybody is on various points of our journey. It's critical that we are on that journey, but not so much which point are you at and how do you continue on that journey. So I'm excited to be here with everyone. Thanks.
Alap.
So thank you so much for having me on this panel, first things first. So my story is, because she mentioned nomenclature, I had no idea about what neurodiversity was until just a couple of years ago, maybe 3 years ago. And then Dr. Tony mentioned as well, there are, a lot of people have discovered their neurodiversity through having mental health issues and in therapy and stuff. So that is actually kind of my story. I was diagnosed with autism about 3 years ago at AFA which was started by Mary. And I'm meeting her here for the first time, so it's kind of like a full circle moment for me as well. But essentially, ever since, I mean, it's been a journey of self-discovery. It's been a journey of really finding out what neurodiversity is all about, what the spectrum is all about. I've been a producer. I've been in media for about 15 years, started out as a journalist and then worked various jobs at MTV and everywhere, and persistently had mental health issues and stuff like that. And then to finally discovering my autism and then starting, you know, like a branch within my own company now that me and my wife, who's also my business partner, we both run it together. It's called Much Much Spectrum. So we're now like a 75,000 strong global community from pretty much around the world. And we all congregate and we talk about, you know, neurodiversity, we talk about autism, we talk about bipolar, the entire spectrum, like all of those topics. And to also be able to create content on it that educates so many people is really amazing. It's really helped me personally with self-acceptance, and it's helped a lot of other people who are associated with us. So yeah, I think we'll talk about it more as the panel progresses.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Now, I would like to ask Sneha one question, okay? Always, when you try to do all these things, retaining, retention, hiring, and all these things, there should be some secret sauce, some kind of sensitization aspect and all that stuff. How do you manage in Capgemini? What secret sauce? And how do you marry this whole thing with some business benefits? Do you see some strengths by using all these guys? What is the secret sauce in Capgemini is a larger question to you.
That's okay. That's fine. Same corporate community. Well, that's fine. I don't know if we have a secret sauce. I feel like we are collectively all trying to find the same thing. So I'm going to be honest and say that we have our secret sauce is our people. We are not evolved as societies today where I can comfortably say the structure is on our side. So the people, and I particularly pointed out to the people in the beginning who are also in this room, who do this commitment above and beyond their day job every single day. Nobody asks them to. They do it every single day. So is there a secret? Have we cracked it? No, we haven't cracked it. We're trying our best to do the best we can. And what I can probably share is 3 things that we do, or rather we think what's worked in our favor. When we started the journey back in 2021 with a lot of global as well as regional leadership sponsorship, and this came from the top, and establishing that level of visible advocacy and commitment from the top is extremely critical. Anybody knows this in the corporate sector. So with that level of sponsorship, when we started off, I think 3 things that we pretty much permanently looked at is, one is how do you leverage and tap into the collective wisdom of external partners. And there are so many people in this room that we spoke to, Gansu, Feroz, whose picture was very important, it was nice that they put that up there, Feroz, Hiren from EY, so many different organizations, Ishania, Enable India, Vinaya. All of these are community partners who helped us start that journey and until today sustain that journey. So firstly, external partnerships, community organization support is extremely critical for success as well as sustenance of any initiative that you try to do. The second thing I think for us that we wanted to do is the way we hire the individuals. Because hiring is really one part of the employee life cycle, and I think it's easy for us to start any initiative, but for the sustenance of a program or an initiative, we believe you've got to do that across the employee life cycle. So when we looked at how do we set up people for success across the employee life cycle, from the point of available skill, talent, as well as the benefits that neurodiverse individuals bring to the workforce, we adopted the train, intern, hire model. And I want to touch a little bit about the training part of it, because it's a significant commitment of about 8 to 9 months of where an individual goes through employability training. We sponsor that employability training. Whether you get a job with us or you get a job with anybody else, at the end of the day, are you ready to get a job? Are you ready to be able to be financially independent, socially independent of sorts. So we focus a lot on that employability training for about 8-9 months. Then they also we provide them an internship for about 6 months, and then we convert them into full-time hires. And there's a reason I'm calling out this level of time is because that level of time investment is required. If you don't invest, you will not see benefits of it. And the space of D&I is anyway not a quick win space. So anybody here for the quick win, my humble request is don't do it. You are causing more damage than you're trying to do, trying to do someone a favor. So only if you're ready to invest over a sustained period of time, absolutely do it. The third thing I'll touch upon is the ecosystem. I spoke a lot about that, but when we talk about ecosystem that sets up an individuals for success, your manager, your team member, your buddy, the support staff, housekeeping staff, the transport individuals, your external community partners, your caregivers. Mugdha spoke lovely about caregivers. Caregivers is a space, as much as they are growing, that much they are burning out. So how do we also equip caregivers is a huge focus area for Wells Fargo as an organization. So that's the third tenet of what I would say. I don't know, there's a very long-winded answer to your question, but the short answer is there isn't a secret sauce, and I believe we're here to figure that out together as a community, because what is my secret sauce today for the needs of my population today is not going to work tomorrow. So it keeps changing every day.
Good. I would like to ask the same secret sauce question to you. I experienced a little bit of it, but I would like to see internally how you do it actually.
Great. So what I believe the secret sauce is diversity. Now, I would like to imagine, like all of you to imagine a world where everybody is a banker or everybody is a writer. I don't think anyone will be successful in a world like that. And for an organization, actually for all corporates actually, we are an IT industry. We have across the world about 360,000 people. In India, we have 170,000 people. All of these people are diverse, right? And diversity really is our secret sauce. Now, coming to how we include people on the neurodiversity spectrum and why we do it. So why is actually something that we've heard from several speakers today. They bring a lot of skills. Yes, they also bring, some, ability to focus, attention to detail, some qualities that all organizations are looking at today. Now, what we do here is we try and understand, he asked a question, how do parents come to organizations? How do they, bring their children if they are ready to join corporates? So, we work with a lot of organizations who are in this space. NeuroGifted was one such organization that we worked a lot with earlier. Now, also our own employees, we've spoken of caregivers. We have a lot of employees in the organization whose children are also on the spectrum. So we do a lot of referrals. So we ask employees to refer. And once we receive these resumes, what we do is we do a very comprehensive accommodation requirement assessment. We work with an external partner to understand the candidate, what are their skills, what are the challenges, strengths, and then we do reverse. So for hiring, what we have is we find job openings and we ask candidates to apply for job openings. When it comes to hiring people on the spectrum, we do the reverse, we find the strengths, and then we map them to positions that they would excel in. And this is a journey of actually hiring, but post-hiring, what we do is we try and sensitize the managers, the buddy, but we also understand that the manager and the buddy are not SMEs, right? So we bring in an SME, an external partner who goes through the initial period of the employee working with us, trying to understand whether they are able to adapt to the role? Are they able to understand the role? They work with the managers to understand whether the assimilation is going as per what we plan. And this journey really actually helps the employee become successful in joining the organization and the whole orientation that requirements for the candidate who's joined. So this is really the journey. If you ask me how parents can or candidates can expect when they join Capgemini. Today we have about 47 people on the neurodiversity spectrum who've self-ID'd, but like we've heard today, there are a lot more who go unmasked. Who go masked, and we are trying to understand how we encourage more and more people to self-ID so that we can extend that support to them.
Thank you. One quick question to you. Many parents will have a fear after they join the organization. Somebody may not behave themselves properly. How do you do sensitization? That's one of the questions which came. How do you sensitize your security managers, everybody?
So, my co-panelist spoke of, we have to consider the entire ecosystem, right? And the entire ecosystem had different levels. So we do sensitization, overall sensitization for employees and, our vendor partners in the workplace. But we also do a different level of sensitization for the managers and the immediate team members as well as buddy. So we have to look at this whole program in a very holistic manner and understand different touch points where it can create exclusion for an employee. And based on those factors, we create the entire sensitization around each and every. So this is, very personalized, and that's where we see success. For a lot of other programs, we may do mass sensitization, but for this particular program, we personalize it to each and every individual who joins, and that's where we see success.
Thank you. Audience, what you have heard from Sneha and both Shreya are about how do they hire, what kind of things they do in phases actually, how do they immerse them inside actually organization before they take them through complete thing, what kind of sensitization they do so that internally your kids are very safe when they reach there actually. All these aspects are covered. But there is one aspect I would like Alap to answer. Every neurodiverse individual has a potential. Like people have said, Reena has talked about, Mugdha has talked about, everybody has a potential. To get that potential out, okay, you can't ask, you have to ask right kind of questions, right kind of interview skills and all the stuff actually. How do you do that? Any thought process on that?
So, when you, especially in corporate settings, when you think interviews, right, you typically end up thinking very formal setups, timed sort of pieces of conversation where, you're asked, a bunch of ambiguous questions, you're asked some very focused questions about work, etc., etc. But just from personal experience, one of my most effective, most memorable interviews has been with a studio head that just took me out for a lunch, and we literally had the entire interview on the walk that we did to go to that lunch. We spoke over a simple salad, and they just asked me about my hobbies, about the things that I liked, etc., etc. And that, so, for a lot of, again, I'm not going to generalize, it's different for different neurodivergent people, but for a lot of us, we tend to hype things up a lot in our heads, right? So we build it all up. I mean, some of you might know who are caregivers. Neurodivergent people have a lot of anxiety, and that typically comes from not knowing what situations are going to pan out like, not knowing, where the conversation is going to go. So you're building it all up in your head, and then that anxiety builds. But then when you see someone who's who comes with an open mind, who's willing to listen and just have a conversation with you instead of, putting it in a very formalized kind of a setting. I know it's not possible for a lot of corporates to be able to do this, but just moving towards that in general, because I know a lot of corporates are becoming more and more neurodivergent friendly. So just looking at it from the perspective of having conversations, just very chill chats with neurodivergent people, even in general, that helps. But specifically with neurodivergent people, that would go a long way in sort of, making the intensity of an interview much less. That is one thing. Another thing could also possibly be the ambiguity I spoke about. A lot of conversations tend to revolve around ambiguity. They tend to involve a lot of ambiguity, right? Which a lot of neurodivergent people are not very comfortable with. We like detail. We like, precise, exact things. That's just how the mind works, right? So just trying to ensure that as much as possible. And I think another thing that's keeping on, being brought up by various other panelists and all the brilliant people who've spoken here is just come in with an open mind. Just come in with a mind that doesn't, have set thoughts about what autism looks like, what, bipolar looks like, what any other neurodiversity looks like, basis whatever understanding you might have had, whatever experiences you might have had, with it of, the people you met before. Just come in with an open mind, have a good conversation, and just take things from there. I think that would be a good setup for an interview.
Thank you very much. Rajarshi, many people have asked one question. What accommodations that you get in specific organization when you join? So do you enjoy working, and any specific accommodations that you are provided?
I truly love working at Thomson Reuters. It is a truly work-friendly environment where everybody is cooperative and you can approach them for any work-related questions. I'm going to be honest, when I first started, I was initially very nervous since it was my first time working in such a big organization. However, after a little hand-holding from my colleagues, my manager Aishwarya, I was able to build up my confidence, improve my skills, improve my social communication skills. They fix your mistakes, give constructive feedback, and even give you a chance to explain yourself and your opinion. So it is a truly nice work-friendly environment where everybody is just cooperative and they just listen to you.
Thank you very much. I think we have very little time, so I will just sum it up, the whole discussion that we had. We started the discussion with a couple of things like how do you find employment, and how does that recruitment happens, what sensitization happens internally, and how do you retain the talent, and what accommodations are required. So you heard from Rajarshi how much he's enjoying in Thomson Reuters and what kind of accommodations have been provided. So that is there. Then we heard from Shreya and Sneha the secret sauce behind how do they find the employment, recruitment, and as well as retention and ongoing process actually. Then we heard from Alap. The interview is not about like old techniques where you go through the manager asking questions. There are multiple ways that interviews can be handled. So it should give a fair amount of comfort feel to many people who have here with parent kind of a thing and corporates. A kind of feeling how the whole thing is played while everybody knows why hiring neurodiverse, both business side as well as D&A side, but how to play the game, our panelists have given. I profusely thank them for giving this whole wisdom to everybody here. And thank you very much for that.
A heartfelt thanks to the panel for sharing such valuable knowledge. Now please welcome Mr. Hiren Shukla, founder and global leader of EY's Neurodiverse Center of Excellence, to felicitate the panelists. So finally, it's time to shift down the gears and slow down a bit, because we are about to get treated to a performance which will give you the chance to vibe with the music. So please welcome Mr. Ritvik. So Ritvik is a talented musician, and whether it is his visual impairment or mild intellectual disability, it doesn't stop him from singing, performing, and entertaining people of all ages. He has completed Visharat Purnima in Hindustani classical music and won the famous Bal Krishna Madhuskar Award. He has also completed Grade 5 Western Vocal from Trinity College, London. He is also a B-High artist of All India Radio. Ritvik sings in multiple languages and has won numerous awards, including the Kempegowda Award. He currently runs a music school assisted by his mother.
Hello. Thank you for the wonderful introduction.
Just a small announcement. We have set up a photo booth on the second floor. So strike a pose and share the pictures with us. I invite Ms. Reena to felicitate our MC Siddharth and our sign language interpreter, Ms. Priyanka. Thank you, ma'am. Over to you, Ritvik.
Hello, everyone. I think all of you must have been sitting for hours together, and maybe you all have got cramps on your legs. So I would request whoever wants to dance, come out here and take some steps, okay? He will entertain you with just 4 songs back to back. I know you all are running short of time, so we'll not take much time, okay?
आ गया
ये जो Natalia
स्लो इटन हो एक तेरे संग यार आँख लड़ने लगी आँख लड़ लड़ के आगे बढ़ने लगी हो एक तेरे संग यार आँख लड़ने लगी आँख लड़ लड़ के आगे बढ़ने लगी हो तेरे दिल के इशारा ये तो पढ़ने लगी आँख लड़ लड़ के आगे लड़ने लगी हो मुझे जिद पे अड़ा होय 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 तेरे पीछे पड़ा होय 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 मुझे जिद पे अड़ा तेरे पीछे पड़ा मेरे नाल कर ले जरा दिल लेना दिल ने ला दिल लेना है सौदा
लवली
है सौदा खरा खरा है सौदा खरा खरा है सौदा खरा खरा है सौदा खरा खरा
lovely audience.
आओ like that. तुझे लगता खराब मुझे लगता बुरा सदा इश्क न जो है तेरा आ
मेरा वो दिल को तूने छुआ, हाय 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 चित सेंटी हुआ, हाय 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 दिल को तूने छुआ, चित सेंटी हुआ, मेरे नाल कर ले जरा, दिल लेना दिल लेना, दिल लेना दिल लेना, है सौगात, है सौगात, है सौदा खरा खरा, है सौदा खरा खरा, है सौदा खरा खरा, है सौदा खरा खरा, हाय
Oh, thank you.
The next song will be Senorita from the movie Zindagi Na Milegi Dobara, and this is a special request.
¿Quién eres tú? Tú ya estás. Quieres movido cielo y ya no encontré. Y llega hoy, tan de repente. Vida sentida toda mi vida me conté querer.
न मैं समझा न मैं जाना जब भी तुमने मुझसे कहा है सेनोरिटा, मगर फिर भी न जाने क्यों मुझे सुन के अच्छा लगा है सेनोरिटा.
No desvíe la mirada, quédate cerca de mí.
मुझको बाहों में तुम घेरो, समझी ना सेनोरिटा, चाँद के दो पल भी मिल पाए, दुनिया में ये भी कम है क्या, दो पल को तो आओ खो जाए, बोले हम होता गम है क्या सेनोरिटा, सुनो सुनो सेनोरिटा कहते हैं हम क्या.
Jamás podré interpretar el sentido de palabra mamá que me dedicas. Tiene el calor, ya tú mira, más se siente con la lama misma, señorita.
निगाहों में निगाहों से कहीं हर मन की दास्ता है सेनोरिटा, के चाहत की मोहब्बत की सारी दुनिया में की जुबान है सेनोरिटा. मुझसे अब नजर न फेरो, आओ पास तुम मेरे, मुझको बाहों में तुम घेरो, समझी ना सेनोरिटा, चाँद के दो पल भी मिल पाए, दुनिया में भी कम है क्या, दो पल को तो आओ खो जाए, बोले हम होता कम है क्या सेनोरिटा, सुनो सुनो सेनोरिटा कहते हैं हम क्या.
Sono hit up.
जब भी पल बीता ए सेनोरिटा, हर पल तुमने दिल जीता, बस इतनी सी तो बात है.
No desvíe la mirada, quédate cerca de mí.
मुझको बाहों में तुम घेरो, समझी ना सेनोरिटा, चाँद के दो पल भी मिल पाए, दुनिया में भी कम है क्या, दो पल को तो आओ खो जाए, बोले हम होता गम है क्या, चाँद के दो पल भी मिल पाए, दुनिया में ये भी कम है क्या, दो पल को तो आओ खो जाए, बोले हम होता गम है क्या. या 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 hey, na, na. Na, 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 na.
Thank you. गई 1 2 2 ओ कुड़िया 1 2 2 भाई तू हो गई मुंडे दी तू तू पतंगा वर्गे तू मेरे दे तू पतंगा वर्गे है तू हिला दे चढ़ती टुक कर दी मेकअप कर दी यार अंग्रेजी पढ़ती गिट पिट गड्डी जिमी क्वीन सारी विक्टोरिया तू गड्डी बिग बैन दी पूरा लंदन तू पकड़ा जब नच बैन दी पूरा लंदन तू पकड़ा तू गड्डी बिग बैन दी पूरा लंदन तू पकड़ा जब नच बैन दी पूरा लंदन तू पकड़ा लाउड स्पीकर ते मडोना वजदी लाइक वर्दिन अते उत्ते कैंडी ट्रफल कर दे तू मैमा फिर दी कबूतर विरगी गुटन गुद कर दी गुलाबी शेड दा रंग है फिरंगी आके तू सावन के यार सानू ते लगता सौदा ते जगी तेरे कोई नहीं है बढ़िया तू गड्डी बिग बैन पूरा लंदन तू पकड़ा तो जब नच बैन दी पूरा लंदन तू पकड़ा तो गड्डी बिग बैन पूरा लंदन तू पकड़ा तो जब नच बैन पूरा लंदन तू पकड़ा जिंदगी रस लच लंदन तू पकड़ा पंजाबी स्टाइल लंदन तू पकड़ा जिंदगी रस लच लंदन तू पकड़ा Thank you.
They have an announcement to make. Archana was asking you. Yeah, you can take. After one more.
Sorry, lunch is served in second floor. We will wind up in the next 5 minutes. Kindly be seated.
I want to do Ankamare.
Very nice. Cross here. Tell the last song.
The last song for the afternoon.
Wonderful audience.
Wonderful audience.
Lovely.
Lovely.
Which is the last song?
Ankamare.
Wow.
It's so lovely, you know, you all are so energetic and nice.
Singing so well.
His throat. Thank God. God.
Music. Oh God, one more beautiful remix. हाँ दिल धड़काए हाय 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 और सीटी बजाए हाय 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 और दिल धड़काए सीटी बजाए बीच सड़क पे नखरे खाए सारे ओ करके इशारे ओ लड़के ओ लड़का ओ लड़का आँख मारे ओ लड़के आँख मारे ओ लड़के आँख मारे जहाँ जहाँ जाए तेरे पीछे पीछे आए हमको है दीवाने तेरे तेरे हो न आए सीटी बजाए नखरे दिखाए सीटी बजाए नखरे दिखाए बीच सड़क पे आए नाम मेरा पुकारे ओ करके इशारे ओ लड़का ओ लड़का ओ लड़की आँख मारे ओ लड़की आँख मारे ओ लड़की आँख मारे कपूर की आवाज में ही मोहा ही मोहा तुषार कपूर की आवाज में ओ लड़के आँख मारे ओ लड़के आँख मारे ओ लड़के आँख मारे ओ लड़का ओ लड़की ओ लड़का आँख मारे ओ वाओ hey what hey
Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Ritvik. That was fantastic.
Thank you.
We can keep going on and on.
Let's be there.
I request Alex from Wells Fargo to felicitate.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay. I request Mani to felicitate Ritvik.
Yes. Ritvik. So we would like to offer our deepest gratitude to Christ University for providing this beautiful space to host this event. We are particularly thankful to Professor Vijay, Professor Yashaswini and Mr. Robert from the facilities team for going above and beyond to ensure the success of this event. I invite Archana to felicitate them.
Professor Yashaswini, if you're here, please join us on stage.
a huge shout out to the volunteers from the university for working tirelessly behind the scenes, as well as their hard work and enthusiasm.
Can we have all the volunteers on stage, please? Okay, still on duty. All right.
We are also very thankful to the team from Vishesh for conducting a comprehensive accessibility audit of the premises. Their detailed report has been invaluable in identifying areas for improvement and enhancing accessibility for all. So before we wrap up, lunch will be served in the second floor. And I hope you haven't misplaced your wristbands because someone else might have lunch on your behalf.
I request the core team to come up on stage for a group photo. Jacob, yes. Lunch is served on the second floor. I request just the core team to come up on stage. Is Shabana here? Balaji, Srini from Wells Fargo. Lunch is at second floor. Is on the second floor. You can use the lift and go to the second floor.